still got.
Well, he's not gonna let the system go, so.
Okay. So I'll just let them do what they want then.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay, he's fixing to come out, so I guess unmute those.
May seat, court call to order.
Oh, what is yours? Come and show me what we got here. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For the media personnel, I want to make sure that I got several reports from different sources yesterday that our bench conferences were being broadcast. I really don't know if that was before we had a conversation yesterday about them or not, but anytime the lawyers approach the bench, I don't want it broadcast. I want the microphone cut off anytime the attorneys approach the bench. There are reasons that we have private conversations, and there are people that, if the public can hear these private conversations, they can report to witnesses what they hear and things like that, and it could affect their testimony. So anytime the attorneys approach the bench, kill this microphone. All right. Anything that's broadcast that the courtroom audience can hear, you can broadcast, and the audio. Anytime the court is not the judge, I'm not on the bench, and the lawyers are milling around talking with each other, kill the microphones at that time. But that being said, are we ready?
You said kill the microphone. That's all microphones.
That's all microphones. Just kill the microphones. When the court's not in session, if I'm not on the bench, all microphones are dead. Give you an opportunity to speak more freely with your clients and your co-workers and such as that. All right. Anything else we need to take up before we get started this morning? Did the state have its first witness ready? Mr. Creekmore, y'all got your first witness on standby and ready to go? Anything we need to take up? The defense know who this witness is, and there's no pre-objections or anything? All right. Tell the jury in.
Have the same objection on untimeliness of it.
All right. That'll be noted for the record. All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a pleasant evening and a good night's sleep, and that they fed you good. After we get through here, I may get you to the restaurant you go to at night, see which one y'all get. I get 15 opinions. I'll be a pretty good sample anyway. But, everybody good this morning? All right. Remember, I trust if you ever have any problem with the court's instructions about investigating, talk about the case, that y'all bring that to 19. But that being said, are we ready to kick off?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll resume with the state's case in chief. Who would the state call as its first witness this morning?
Zy Carter.
Somebody get Mr. Carter in. How do you spell that?
K-I-Z-Z-A-H, I think, I-A-H.
Well, Ricky, would you do me a favor and bring me my pen off the desk back there? I just thought I was prepared for court. We got one right here. I got me one. I got a spare I can leave. Come around, Mr. Carter. Have a seat in the witness chair there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. K-I-Z-Z-I-A-H.
K-I-Z-Z-I-A-H.
Yes, sir.
Your last name Carter?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could, just tell the jury who you are and what you do.
My name is Keziah Carter. I'm an HVAC technician. I currently stay in Tunica, Mississippi, but I stayed here in Oxford for 2 years.
All day yesterday,
Yes, sir.
and then came back this morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when did you move to Tunica?
Shortly after the incident.
Okay. You talking about around the time of July of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that your line of work now is HVAC.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell the jury sort of what your responsibilities are in that field?
HVAC work is heating, air, and ventilation, and refrigerating for commercial and residential.
Okay. And what do you do?
I basically troubleshoot furnaces and condensers and anything to do with ventilation, ductwork in your house, anything like that to keep you guys comfortable breathing in it.
We
Good
could
air.
have used you yesterday around here. We got both same day.
You're either hot or cold in here.
Yes, sir.
Now, back in July of 2022, where were you living?
I was living in Highland, but they ended everybody's lease kind of early, so I ended up checking up with my girlfriend in Campus Walk.
Okay. All right. And so you moved out of Oxford shortly after July of 2022.
Yes, sir. Just a couple months, probably 2 to 3 months after the incident.
Did you go to Tunica to begin a new career in the HVAC?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the purpose of leaving Oxford was a job opportunity.
I mean, that and the incident really made me go leave here, just go back home and start over.
Okay. So how long did you live in Oxford, from when to when?
2 years going on 3.
Okay. Where'd you grow up?
Tunica, Mississippi.
So you would have moved into Oxford about 2020.
Yes, sir. Shortly after COVID.
Okay. Now, in July of 2022, you were working at Winchester.
Yes, sir. As an adjuster.
Okay. And for the benefit of the jury, just tell them what Winchester is, what they do.
Okay. Winchester is a bullet manufacturing warehouse, maybe 15 minutes from here. My job was to put the primer on the bullet and adjust 3 machines to get 150,000 rounds every night. So I'm basically probably shooting the machine to keep the machine running. If it's running, I'm not doing nothing. If it's not, I'm working.
Okay. So at the time that them what Winchester is, what they do.
Okay. Winchester is a bullet manufacturing warehouse, maybe 15 minutes from here. My job was to put the primer on the bullet and adjust 3 machines to get 150,000 rounds every night. So I'm basically probably shooting the machine to keep the machine running. If it's running, I'm not doing nothing. If it's not, I'm working.
Okay. So at the time that, how long had you worked at Winchester?
I say maybe 6 weeks.
Okay. All right. So you, from July of 2022, you'd been working at Winchester for about 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall what your shift was?
It was, some people call it grave. I think it was like 10 to 7:30 overnight.
All right. So you're working at Winchester, you work the night shift, get off in the morning hours. Now, during that time, let's just drill down on July the 8th of 2022. Where were you staying at that time?
Campus Walk.
With your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who is your girlfriend?
Darren Powell.
I'm sorry?
Darren Powell.
Can you spell that for the court?
DARYNPOWELL.
All right. All right, now if you could, if we wanted to go to Winchester from the courthouse right here, can you describe how to get there from here?
Yes, sir. You can come down Molly Bar. I think it's a 76. It's the only gas station on that corner. You'll keep straight for about 5 miles, and you'll hit a left, and you're going to keep straight again for another probably 3 miles, then you'll see the big warehouse.
Okay. Now then, if you were going to go from, I think if you drive north Lamar out, going north, will that take you to what we call the three-way at Molly Bar? Do you know where the three-way is?
You said Lamar?
Right, this road right here.
Yeah, this road here?
North Lamar going right out that way.
I didn't take that route.
No, I know you didn't take the route, but if we were going from here, you go straight up North Lamar.
Yes, sir.
When you get to Molly Bar, which is what everybody in Oxford calls the three-way, do you know where that is?
Yes, sir.
You know it to be called the three-way?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. You just keep going and it's out there on the left.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you were leaving Winchester to go back to Campus Walk Apartments, where you lived, or staying with your girlfriend, Darren Powell,
Yes, sir.
you would leave Winchester, hit Molly Bar, and then take a right?
Okay. When I leave Winchester, it's a long straight road. You pass some gates. After the traffic be heavy, so after a couple minutes after I leave, it's a long road, and the stop sign to have us waiting for people to go left or right. I will go right. After I go right, I'll go down for about 5 miles. So after I go down, I pass this 76 to the left of me now. And I hit that right on Molly Bar and keep straight.
Okay. Would that take you by a gas station called
Yes,
Rock?
sir.
What's the name of that gas station?
I'm not familiar with the name of the gas station, but I know exactly what it is. It's a liquor store connected to it.
Connected to it. Now, if you don't mind, tell me whether you know Tim Herrington or not.
I know of him, but I'm not friends with him.
Okay. And if you could explain that to the jury, just how you would be aware of him and what that connection is.
Yes, sir. My girlfriend has a group of like 5 or 6 people. All of them came to Ole Miss at the same time. And I have a guy that I used to go to school with named James Carter from Tunga, Mississippi. And that's how I went to know him and my girlfriend.
Okay. Now, on July the 8th, 2022, after you left work at Winchester, did you see Tim Herrington?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you saw him, did you recognize him?
Not out the first glance.
All right. Tell the jury what happened.
Okay, like I said, when I leave work and I hit the right to go on Molly Bar, it's a gas station to the right that's connected to a liquor store. It's a 4-way, so you can't go fast. When you slow down and stop your car, by the time you speed back up, you'll probably be going about 10 miles an hour. So I was driving by, and I seen a person jogging with like a gray sweatshirt on. As I kept going to see the front of his face, I seen it was him, and I blew the horn speaking, and he waved me down. So I turned back around, looked around, got into the gas station. He asked me for a ride to take him back home to Lafayette Place because he had been jogging.
All right. Now, this was going to be July of 2022, early morning hours,
Yes, sir.
7 to 7:30.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time it was?
I roughly believe it was after 7:30 because I get off at 7:30, so it'll probably take me 8 to 10 minutes to get
All right.
to Molly Bar.
And you say he was wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Was that a long sleeve?
Short sleeve.
Okay. Sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe his condition?
He was sweating, but wasn't sweating heavy.
Hang on a second, Mr. Go ahead.
I'm objecting to relevance this time unless the court is going to allow us, are we allowing the proof to go on out of order?
I'm going to allow this testimony. We got to start somewhere.
Yes, Your
We got to start somewhere.
I'll withdraw my objection. I just
We got a lot of witnesses in this case. You got to take a lot of coordination. I'm gonna give you both sides some leeway and when you call them anyway.
All right. Can you describe his condition?
Yes, sir. He was sweating, but it wasn't a heavy sweat like he had been jogging too long, but he was jogging light sweating.
All right. Now, I do want to, we'll come back to this. Do you recall days later being in contact with law enforcement? This would have been around July the 20th, 21st, 22nd.
Yes, sir. 2 weeks later.
2 weeks later. And did they ask you questions about meeting Tim Herrington that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you see video surveillance where that meeting occurred at Rocket's gas station?
I didn't see video surveillance, but I seen a picture.
Okay. Saw the picture, like a screenshot from that video surveillance?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so the day that you saw Tim Herrington, that was what day?
July the 8th.
July the 8th, early morning.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you seen the video surveillance from body cam and the Rockets video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did you see those?
Yesterday.
Now, your interview with law enforcement 2 weeks later, do you recall if that was on July the 22nd?
Yes, sir.
2022?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that interview with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that yesterday as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, hey, just for y'all's recollection, when you're having those conversations at the podium there, that mic is hot anyway. Now, I'm not saying you was or wasn't, but I think you were. I'm not saying that. Just remember.
So he's gonna mark both of those, no objection to both of those coming in.
All right. That's
Both videos are contained on exhibit.
both. All right. When you say both of them, so I'm just going to exhibit
Rockets
4
and
will
body
be,
cam.
and body cam video will both be contained. That's going to be. You're going to make them. How many S's? Are you doing S's and D's or just doing straight?
Yeah, I guess that stipulate, assuming they're gonna tie it into something.
Yeah, I think they're going to get there.
S4.
What was S2 and 3? Do what?
Just doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right.
S4.
You're doing them all numerically.
Yes.
Not S1 and then D. Okay. All right. I got you.
All right, on exhibit 4, you saw both videos. Now, I need to clarify, after he got in your car, what happened?
I was really tired from work, so I was speeding, trying to get home. I think the officer was in the left lane. He was going maybe 40, and I was going maybe 45, 50, and he pulled me over for speeding.
All right, and I'm gonna back you up even more. After you pulled in, flagged down by Tim Herrington, what did he say?
He said he was tired from jogging.
And what happened after that?
We pulled off. We had a short conversation. He asked about my girlfriend, and I think he asked me maybe how was work going. Wasn't too much to say.
All right. So did you change? You were headed back home, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you picked him up, did you change where you were going?
No, sir. I was already heading towards Campus Walk, and Lafayette places going that way too.
Did you stop somewhere else before you got home, back to your apartment?
I stopped at his place.
Okay, why did you do that?
He asked me to drop him off.
All right, he asked you to drop him off, and where did you know where he lived?
No, sir.
Where did you take him?
Lafayette place.
All right. On the way, you were stopped by the police, you say?
Yes, sir.
Now you've seen the video surveillance from Rockets. You've seen the body cam footage of that traffic stop. Do they accurately depict what happened that morning on July 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, the state would ask this be received if it hadn't already.
All right, it's gonna be, admitted into evidence, no objections. You may do so. I don't know if, are you gonna be able to have it on the big screen and on the monitors as well, or not?
Just on the big screen if they need to.
Where do you want it situated, Your Honor?
Wherever you wanna be.
Well, I don't want to get too close to the jury.
You can stand right here in this doorway if you like, anyway.
But
I can count on you to be nice.
Rockets video from first hand. See what's
Yes, sir.
clearly to orient yourself to what's going on.
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize where we are, where this location is?
Yes, sir. It is the gas station that has a liquor store connected to it, right by the four-way.
There's a, apartments on the other side.
Yes, sir.
That you're looking across the street.
Yes, sir.
That street right there is my bar.
Yes, sir.
There's another road that comes to a stop sign right there.
Yes, sir.
Now, where, from looking at this surveillance camera from Roberts, which way are you going?
I'm going to be going past. I'm not going to be going towards the left. I'm going to be going towards the right.
See these dark cars traveling on my bar going from left to right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the direction you're going?
Yes, sir.
All right. So before you get to this gas station, there's a stop sign. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And just tell me as the video plays, you see your, it's not actually your vehicle.
It's my girlfriend vehicle. A Kia Optima. White Kia Optima. I think you guys might have passed it.
They're skipping around on the video. I think they can show it. It's just tired kids a minute.
I won't let them fiddle with the way they face it. Most time efficient is what I'd like here anyway. And if you need to show it in its entirety, I'll give you an opportunity.
Looking at the spot here, do you think we're past it?
I think there was me passing by. I'm trying to see. It's kind of hard for me to see. It's at the top.
Do you mind if the witness sits down?
Go down there if you need to anyway. Make it.
All right, you reviewed this yesterday, right? So, you recall the moment in time? You recall the moment? Are we past it or is it?
I need to hear him.
I think it's coming.
I can't hear him now.
All right, stop right there.
Jimmie,
No.
I said, just pass it by. My wife car just passed by.
All right. All right, this point in time video, 17-minute, 10-second mark, I'm gonna back it up about 15 seconds.
Okay.
And if you could, at the time that you see the vehicle you're in, let the jury know.
Okay. It'll be at the very top. It's kind of hard because it's kind of cut off, but you will see. Yep, there was the vehicle right there. It just passed by.
So where it stopped right there, you see an individual running
Yes, sir.
on the street. Just before that, there was a car that passed.
Yes, sir.
Was that the car you were in?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's going to be on this video, approximately 17:05 mark. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. The video speaks for itself right here, doesn't it? Where it says 7/8/2022, and the time listed from Rockets.
Yes, sir. I had just got off work.
Is that a
Not more than an 8-10 minute drive.
All right, now then we're going to look at the other. All right, before we look at this video, what happened after that? In that first video?
Yes, sir. Basically, I had just stopped at the three-way, four-way, and I passed by him, and he was jogging. It took me a minute to get past him to recognize who it was, so I blew the horn. When I blew the horn, he waved me down.
Let's play this next video. I think we're. Can the witness step down one more time?
As needed.
Hey.
All right, you see the way the camera is angled? It's just a same gas station, same parking lot. Better angle. All right. Now that, where it is right here, stop. At 1650, there's a truck on, is that Volleyball Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. That would be, looks to be traveling in the same direction you were traveling.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's play that, Jeremy. Okay, pause it right there. All right, so same image, same area, but just different angle. All right, now at the 17:05 minute mark, this car that I'm pointing to up here, is that's you? All right. All right, if you don't mind, come up and look. And can you describe what he's wearing? He's very sweet. Okay, all right. right, so you've already described to the jury that you passed him on Molly Bar.
Yes, sir.
He stopped, turned back around into the Rockets parking lot.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that shown and represented on this video surveillance?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, at this point in time that he's come up to the car, is that when he asked you for a ride to his place?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you why he wanted a ride?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He said he was jogging and he was tired.
Was it hot that morning? You know what the weather was in Oxford, July the 8th?
I'm pretty sure it was above 60 degrees. Some in Mississippi, it's hot.
Wearing a sweatshirt, and you say he wasn't sweating much?
No, sir.
All right, and how long was it after this that you were pulled over approximately?
Maybe 3 to 4 minutes.
Is there anything else that shows you on this video surveillance after this? 1739.
Say it again, sir.
Is there anything else on this clip that shows you after this point?
No, sir.
Okay. And then this speaks for itself too down here, right?
Yes, sir.
7:38.
Yes, sir.
a.m. But that time would be consistent with your recollection of when you got off work and your routine from that time.
Yes, sir. I take the same route every morning.
Now then, after this, you were pulled over. Can you tell the jury about that interaction?
Yes, sir. Like I said before, I was tired and I was trying to rush to get home. And I think the speed limit maybe was 35 and the officer was in the left lane going 40. I passed him going like 45, 50 and he pulled me over.
All right. Did you pull over?
Yes, sir.
All right, what happened?
He asked for the normal stuff at a traffic stop. I gave it to him. He ran it, came back out, told me to slow it down.
All right. And at the time you were pulled over, you admit you were speeding?
Say it again, sir.
You admit that you were speeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now then, was anybody in the car with you at that time?
Yes, sir. Tim was still with me. We had just pulled off.
Tim Herrington was with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognized him because he was a friend of your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Now then, and you've reviewed that video of the body cam of the officer that pulled you over, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that accurately represented what happened that morning when you were pulled over?
Yes, sir.
Can we play that?
Officer Sheldon from the Large Police Department.
Close it
That's
right
not the
there if you don't
administrator.
mind. All right. This is gonna be on this, clip, of this exhibit. This is the 108 mark. And, again, you got some times to speak for themselves, correct?
Yes, sir. Couple minutes after I just picked them up.
All right. What we're seeing, what's being projected, the image projected to the jury, who is in the driver's seat of the vehicle?
I am in the driver's seat.
All right, that's the white Kia Optima.
Yes, sir.
All right, now on the other side, who's sitting in the passenger?
It's Tim.
All right. If you don't mind, can the witness step in?
As needed.
All right. Now, where we have this pause, you identified yourself and you identified Tim sitting in the passenger seat. Now, can you also see your right arm in that image? Just if you don't mind, just point that out for the jury. She can't hear you. I'm sorry. That's all right. It's my fault.
It's my right arm.
Now, then, if you can, step back up to the screen. Do you see Tim Herrington's left arm?
Yes, sir. You see that arm in front.
Now then, okay. All right.
Limit, you pass me, okay? I got you. Do you have your license and insurance? All right, where do you work at? Winchester?
No, I have no objection to that. I assume it's exactly the same one 5 minutes ago.
Yes, it's the 401.
All right, that's gonna be, S5, is that correct?
Correct. Well, I'll have her identify it.
All right, go ahead, get her identified.
Can I approach the witness, John?
You may.
Captain Mahan, I'm handing you a jump drive. Prior to coming in to testify today, did you review the video footage on that jump drive?
Yes.
And did that video footage accurately represent the campus walk apartment surveillance of Jay Lee?
Yes.
Okay. And had it been altered in any way since when you first saw it?
No.
Now, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the campus walk surveillance footage of Jay Lee.
There being no objection, the court will admit it, you may publish it to the jury. We watched you doing that, I will say I'm glad there wasn't no cameras at Ole Miss when I was here. I probably wouldn't be a judge today if it was.
Bounce.
Captain Mahan, you were just saying you reviewed that. What times are of relevance in this footage? Like the actual time of the when you see Jay Lee.
Okay, so it's going to be on the 8th at 4:01 a.m. You'll see him exit the apartment, and then in the parking lot leaving. You'll see him return to the parking lot around 4:39 a.m. At 4:40-ish, you'll see him at the apartment door going back in, and you'll see his final exit around 5:58, 6 o'clock that morning.
So I wanted to start with the 4 a.m. When he first entered. But while he's getting that set up, what was Jay Lee's apartment? Do you know the number?
D302.
Okay. And I believe we're going to get to it. We're going to play it, and I'm going to ask you what we're looking at.
So
who was that coming out of the apartment?
that is Jay Lee. That's the apartment where the pumpkins are. That's where he lived.
And what time was this?
That should be at 4:01 a.m. on the 8th. And it should say over there. I can't see it from here.
Your Honor, may the witness step down so that she can see.
You don't want to shoot that.
Make sure you sort of project your voice towards the court reporter so that she can hear.
Yeah, right. It shows you the date and the time here. This is Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay. And what was he wearing when he left his apartment at that time?
At this time.
I can't hear her.
Slippers, a robe.
Come on, if you would come stand here, this side of the court before this.
Okay. So slippers, a robe, a bonnet.
Continue to play it, please. Thank you. And where does Jay go?
Down the stairs out into the parking lot.
We go to the other camera view. While he's getting that set up, what are we looking at? What is this video of?
That is the parking lot on the east side of the building he lives in.
So that's the campus wall. Oh, very much. And who is that just came out?
Jay Lee.
And is that the one he just left his apartment?
Yes.
Continue to play. What's Jay gonna do?
He's gonna get in his car.
You can tell me, what was Jay's car?
It's a black Ford Fusion with a stripe down the hood. Like
What
a
was-
racing stripe.
What was his tag?
Jay Lee 1.
So Captain Mahan, does Jay Lee ever return to his apartment?
He does around 4:39 a.m.
If we could go to that interview. Okay, tell me, what are we gonna see?
You'll see Jay Lee pull in and park facing forward.
Is that Jay Lee's car that we're looking at pull up? And who's that exiting the car?
That is daily.
Where is he headed?
Back to his apartment.
If we could go to the other camera angle and show.
That's daily returning to his apartment.
And does Jay Lee ever leave again?
He does. At around 5:58 a.m.
You could please go to that next time. Thank you.
And this one you'll see he's like on his phone.
Pause it.
Sorry.
Pause it, please. So what was notable about, first of all, who came out of the apartment?
Jay Lee came out of his apartment, taking him his walk.
And what was notable that you said that we were supposed to look for?
He had his phone in his hand. And that's notable because he was, the lead has told us he was talking with him when he left his apartment.
Objection.
She said something about the phone.
No, Your Honor, she was making reference to conversations, hearsay statements.
She could testify as to the investigation and why they did. She was testifying, it wasn't as to.
I couldn't hear exactly what she said. Not come around. Good with what you got there, okay?
Okay, so where did Jay Lee go? At this time when he left, I think it was at 5:58.
To get in or
Sorry, in case they could hear you.
To get in his car and leave.
Thank you, Catherine. Could you go to that next camera angle? You get to pull back. Oh, wow. Fine, yeah. And is that Jamie's car? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell what direction he's exiting campus walk?
This video, he will go back toward, Dontell.
You can retake the stand. Captain Mahan, of course, this was an investigation into Jay's disappearance. So, did officers from UPD continue to watch for?
Get that card.
Yeah. To watch to see if Jay. Thank you. Did the officers continue to watch to see if Jay Lee ever returned?
Yes, one thing I specifically did too is I contacted our housing department on campus. So your ID lets you into the apartment complex. I contacted our housing department and asked them to put like an alert on his ID. So if he ever came back to the apartment, an email would be sent to me.
And sort of explain that a little more. How do you get in and out of those apartments?
Out when card access.
Okay, so you were saying that you asked the university to put like an alert on it?
Yes.
And what would happen if that was used at the apartment, Jay Lee's car?
I would be notified by email of it.
And per your investigation, the UPD investigation, did Jay Lee ever return to that apartment?
No, not that I've ever been notified of, no.
And was there any footage of him returning to that apartment?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
So,
Hold on 1 second. We got on the screen here, we got ESPN playing, and not that I'm complaining, but it might be distracting to somebody. In fact, if I get a good game going after a while, I may zone out on y'all.
So I want you to tell me about some of the areas throughout the investigation that UPD searched for Jay. Where did you all search?
We searched, checked the archives, Ole Miss Motel.
What is archives?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay.
Sorry. And it's an apartment complex that Jay Lee was anticipating moving to.
Okay. And just Captain Mahan, so you know, our jury, they may not be familiar with Oxford, so as much detail you can provide is wonderful. Tell me, did y'all check anywhere else?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Did you all check any hospitals?
Yes, we checked hospitals, the two main towing companies at the time in Oxford that we were aware of. Checked the jails, checked Lexington Point, which is an apartment complex, Quality Inn Motel, Heritage Drive, Anderson Road, were some of the other areas that were checked.
And was Jay Lee located, or any footage of him or any sign of him located in these areas?
No.
And kind of explain for the jury why do y'all check hospitals?
Because if they're injured, or incapacitated in some manner, or anything could happen to somebody. They could not have their cell phone on them, or they could not be healthy enough to make a phone call or return a phone call.
Was there any sign that he had been checked into any of the hospitals?
No, none that.
And why do y'all check jails and detention centers?
Just obviously in case somebody is locked up, they won't have access to their cell phone, and they may not be able to had a chance to notify their family members.
And was there any sign that he had booked into any jails or detention centers?
No, not that we were aware of. Nope.
As a part of the investigation, did you all speak to Jay's family?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you learn that pushed the investigation forward? What were you working with when you spoke with Jay's family?
Specifically on the 10th, Lieutenant Carradine and I went and spoke with Jay Lee's parents at a hotel here in Oxford. And the mom told us like he had an internship with Child Protective Services. He would never leave his dog Lexi alone. That wasn't his character. He thought the world of his dog. He actually had a sticker on his car about dogs. And on the 8th, it was his mom's birthday.
So that was the day was a significant day?
Yes.
Did you learn of any contacts that he actually contacted his mom?
He had contacted his mom by texting her saying it's your birthday. And when she woke up, she realized she had the text from him. She could not get back in touch with him, and she had not heard from him throughout the day. We also learned that from the mom, that Jose was one of his best friends, that he was not on, that Jay Lee was not on any medications or suffering from any mental illness that we knew of. And she actually let us view on her phone that his phone's location was still not being able to be seen.
And why is it important to gather information like that when someone is missing?
To try to determine their whereabouts and to determine as much as you can in the process to be able to find them.
And so was this all a part of just your investigation into how we discover where Jay might be?
Yes.
So I saw the apartment. Jay comes in and out. Were you ever able to determine in the investigation if anybody else lived there?
Yes, we were able to determine there were roommates. I think their name is Marcus and Jamie. And they had moved out in May.
May of when?
2022.
Okay. And so at the time, actually kind of describe the layout of the apartment.
Okay, so obviously you saw the door. So when you enter the apartment, to the immediate left, there's a laundry room. Then there's the kitchen, and then it kind of goes around from a common area.
We'll get into more detail later. More so, is there the student housing? How is it set up? Is it like they're all sharing one room and multiple beds, or?
No, it's like 4 rooms in a common area and a kitchen.
And everybody has their own bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so, who was the only one staying there at the time?
Jay Lee.
Okay. Now, I would take it, I think we've kind of gone over some of the things you were doing. What time frame are we talking about right now? July 8th to like 10th? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I don't know that specifically. So, yeah, so on July 10th, we actually conducted a search warrant of his apartment.
Okay. And was the dog there at that time?
The dog,
You mentioned that his dog was there, so.
yeah, the dog was there and later released to the parents, given to the parents.
So the dog was given to his parents?
Yes.
Okay. And so you actually conducted a search warrant of Jay's apartment on July 10th?
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for when that search warrant was conducted?
I was actively involved in that search warrant. I took pictures during the search.
Okay. And would you recognize those photos if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Okay.
Notwithstanding my previous objection, I have no objection being interviewed even as a positive or allowed.
Let's just make it positive, I think, be their best anyway. Go ahead and let her identify them and then mark them, okay?
May I approach the witness?
No, she's not have to identify one of them. I'm okay with her. Okay.
Captain Mahan, before you came in to testify, we went through these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they do they accurately represent the photos that you took of Jay Lee's apartment during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the photos of the July 10th search of Jay Lee's apartment taken by Captain Mahan.
There's no objection, will be introduced, I think that'd be S6 as a composite exhibit. And what was the date of that search? December what?
July 10th.
I still have my previous.
I understand, it's noted for the record.
And I published the jury.
You may. Everybody good on the jury? Everything's great. Let me know, okay?
Captain Mahan, could you tell us what we are looking at?
Can't see.
Y'all see?
There's not anything over there.
I must know.
Nothing's in front of me.
I will say that this thing here can exhaust around on this button. We published things during the poll. Are you going to be restructured, Jerry, buddy?
Yes.
Anything?
It's black now. The screen's black now. Then the courthouse on the now. Now it's black.
I can see. No, anybody want that? No, we just wanted that.
I can't see.
Keep that guy around, he knows what he's doing.
James is still not up.
Now, he's not up, huh? What about now?
It's black.
It'll come up in just a
It's,
second. There it
oh,
is.
okay.
There you go. Everybody's working.
Okay, everybody good? All right, we got a contract. Here we go.
Wait, has it been fixed?
I think everybody's ready. You go black? There you go.
Okay. Now, how do I make those arrows disappear? Can y'all see those arrows?
We can.
I think everybody's seeing it.
Somebody's doing something.
There we go. Okay. Captain Mahan, what are we looking at?
The outside.
And make sure to speak up.
The outside of, is this thing even working? Campus Walk, Building D.
Okay? And just describe to me what we're looking at. What about this?
Stairway leading up.
And these photos, tell me, when you're taking photos as a part of an investigation, do you have a particular process for how you do it?
I start with an outside view of the location. I am going to search, and I take photos on my way to that path, to the location that I need to search.
Sort of so we kind of be following your path.
Yes,
Okay. And where do these stairs lead?
up to the second floor.
And whose apartment is on the second floor?
Jaylee's is on 304, so it'll be on the third floor.
Oh, okay. So what about this?
That's the stairwell between the second and third, and that's the third at the top. There's the pumpkins and his wreath outside his door.
And what are we looking at here?
That's his apartment door.
Up here.
Just another view of his apartment door.
And what number was his apartment?
D302. And I say D because inside the apartments, the bedrooms are labeled like A, B, C, D.
And look at this photo. Is there anything significant in this photo?
No, nothing significant.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. There's cameras in the breezeway, I guess you would call it, of the apartment complexes.
Are those the cameras that would have captured Jay coming and going?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
Okay, so that's right inside the door. It looks like I would have been standing near, when you enter into the apartment, the laundry room's immediately to your left. In this picture, you can see the kitchen to your left, so I'm either standing adjacent to the laundry room or a little bit more into the apartment from the doorway.
Okay, and you said the laundry room is to your left. Okay, is
Yes.
this that laundry room?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to take photographs of just, why do you take photographs of all of this?
To document how the environment at the time and things of evidentiary value or things that even aren't of evidentiary value, to just document the state of being of the apartment at the time.
Did the apartment appear lived in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, we're going to go back out to when you were here. Oh, no, I apologize. Back out to when you were here. What is this a photo of?
It's a package.
Okay. And who was that package for?
It says J. Lee.
And to the left, when you first come in, or to the past the laundry room, what's located there?
The kitchen is on the left. There's a bedroom on the right, and then another bedroom on the right. And then it's like the common area and other bedrooms.
And would this be the kitchen you were referring to?
Yes.
And were there dirty dishes in the sink?
Yes, you can see dishes. There's like some food left out, kind of, too.
Just more angled in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And what view is this?
That I would be standing in the common area, or like the living room, facing on the other side of the Christmas tree is the door at the end of that hallway, the main entrance door. And then you can see the kitchen. And the door right behind the Christmas tree was Jaylee's bedroom.
We're going to look at this right here. What is this?
In the picture prior, I was facing the kitchen. So I just turned to the right and took pictures like in a circle, more or less.
So I'll just sort of show, these are just the living room and the common area?
Common area, living room.
And what is this?
The door to Jaylee's apartment. I
Is that-
think. Wait, no, it's not. That's another door of one of the apartments.
Did you actually enter the other dorms or the
No,
other?
our search warrant was specifically. It was my understanding our search warrant was specifically for his room in the common areas,
All right.
not other people's space.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
That is Jaylee's room. And I think previously I said D, but this shows D, so it has to be B.
And these are the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So what are we looking at here?
That's the entryway into Jaylee's room. At the door, there's a closet to the left, kind of around that corner. His bed, straight ahead, obviously, is the window. The couch or love seat, the little coffee table, and to the right of that, if you go in past his dresser and things, to the right is the bathroom.
Now, I want to look at some close-ups of what was on the door. Was it easy to identify which room was Jay's when you came in?
Yes, I mean, his name's obviously on this one, and there were pictures of Jay.
So, there. And I think this would be the opposite side of that door. Is that correct?
Yes, because the light switch is there, yes.
So I'm going to show you some photographs you took around the room. So when you walk in, what direction would you look for this photograph?
It would be to the left. Yes.
And did you take close-ups of that table as well? That little desk right there?
I think so. Obviously I did, yes.
And what are we looking at on this desk?
Makeup, laptop,
Was that laptop collected from his room?
yes.
And what about here?
The laptop,
And some other items were found in the room. What are we looking at here that was found in the room?
looks like a card from Jose.
And here, that was found in the room.
It's an envelope with the name J on it.
And what about?
And the gift card.
And were those items collected as well?
Yes.
What about this?
That is I think it's the title to his vehicle. Yes, a 2014 Ford Fusion.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? No. Handing the witness a part of composite exhibit S6. Now you can see it better. What is that?
It's a title for his vehicle.
Okay. And keep looking around the room. I think you're going to the left. We're going to see what is this?
His bed area, pictures on the wall.
And when you went around this room, did it appear that someone was leaving, packing up to go?
No.
What is this?
His bedding, shoes, slippers, his dog bowl, you know.
What about that?
It's his dog's bowl, feeding bowl.
And earlier you were talking about there being a little couch. Is that like the couch and coffee table that's in there?
That's the coffee table, and I think the couch is on the other side. You can see it in this one. And the bathroom to the right.
And where is this?
Up underneath his bed. His bed was raised.
And what about this?
It's the coffee table.
And you said the bathroom is where?
You can see it in this picture. It's kind of to the right. You can see the doorway.
Right there.
Yes,
Okay. And you took pictures in there as well, correct?
I think so.
Would that be his bathroom?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It's still in the bathroom. You can see the commode. It's just the storage over the commode area. Personal hygiene items.
And do you do the same process? You just go around?
I just take a circular to capture a full view of what's there.
So would these be the next ones that I'm showing as a part of composite S6, just that circle you make in the bathroom?
Yes, from the pictures you're going, I would have stepped in the bathroom and started from the left and circled around and took pictures.
And were there still a lot of personal care items around?
Yes,
So just hairbrushes, straightening irons, things of that nature?
yes, everything.
And what about this?
Yeah, that's back.
Okay. And
Cleaning supplies and the tub and personal hygiene items.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, cleaning items, the tub, personal hygiene items.
And what about this?
That's the closet. It's got a mirror on the doors.
I forgot to show this picture from outside the room, so tell me what we're looking at here. What's on the wall?
Pictures, I think one of them was a family photograph, if I remember correctly. And his graduation regalia.
I think I want to make sure you took pictures of the entire room and then, oh, forgot this one. This is just, what are we looking at here?
A refrigerator?
Is that MJ's room?
Yes, because it's the door, I mean, it'd be immediately after you walk through the door to the right.
And what is this?
His closet, the closet in the room.
Did it appear that there was anything packed up?
No.
And actually, that's the bottom of the closet, the top of the closet. What are we looking at here?
Personal items, clothing. Looks
What
like
is that?
I can't even think of like a luggage.
And one more thing, what is that a picture of?
Personal hygiene items, cologne, perfume, deodorants, body spray, lotion.
What about this view?
I would have been standing in the room and that would have been back out.
Speak up back.
Sorry. I would have been standing in the room and that's back toward his door and entryway.
And what's that behind the door?
It's like a backpack or backpack.
Okay, Captain Mahan. Earlier, when you were testifying, you said that y'all put out a bolo to, who did y'all put the field to look out? Who did y'all put that out to again?
Initially, we put it out to the local agencies, and later on in an investigation, we put it out nationwide.
Do you remember when you changed it to a nationwide bolo?
I do not. I can find it. I've got it in here. Something I failed to mention while I'm looking for that too was that on the 10th, we also when we were looking for the vehicle, we also called Homeland Security to enter the tag number into their state system so they could, so we all could be notified if the vehicle was traveling on the highways that have cameras.
Explain to me what that is. When you give the vehicle tag to Homeland Security, what happens? What do they do?
You're supposed to be able to put it into a system like when you cross some state lines and stuff, there's tag readers and it captures tag information. So we would have been notified if his vehicle was out traveling.
So on July 10th, you all were, y'all still hadn't located his vehicle. Would that be correct?
On my dates. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the exact date that we were notified that his vehicle was at Bandit Towing. Okay, so on July 10th, around 9 p.m., the vehicle was reported to us, we got a phone call about the vehicle. A tow truck driver said it was at Bandit Towing.
Okay, so kind of walk me through that. How, I know you all had put the BOLO out to the local law enforcement agencies, but how did the tow truck driver know that you all were looking for Jay Lee?
Okay, because in the initial part of the investigation prior to the vehicle being found, we were looking for the vehicle and continuing to look for Jay Lee. We, the university put out a press release with the vehicle information. And when the tow truck driver saw the press release, he called our dispatch center, who then called me. Here's the,
So where was this press release put out?
we put it out over social media. We called Oxford Police Department, asked them to put it out, the county, asked them to put it out on their social media pages. I think it eventually ended up on the news. Our public relations department on campus would have coordinated that.
Is it safe to say this was everywhere, this press release?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
And I
apologize.
I'm sorry. I've got a note here of the BOLO nationwide. I'm just trying to find it in the report where it speaks of it.
Well, while you're looking for that, Captain Mahan, you stated just now that you all got notification by 9 p.m. on the 10th that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon finding out that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing, did you all do anything from there?
Yes. I sent the investigators to confirm that it was actual vehicle we were looking for.
And were you, so basically a person called in a tip and said, I think I have the car, and y'all went out to confirm? Did you confirm that it was his car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get information as a part of your investigation from Bandit Towing about when he told that the car was towed and where it was towed from?
Yes. The vehicle was towed around 1:50 on Friday, July 8th. The tow truck driver, he told us he first saw Jay Lee's vehicle on Friday, July 8th, 2022, around 1:45 in the rear, what he called the rear Molly Bar trails.
So it was towed from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes.
Okay. And did he take photographs as a part of towing, the procedure for towing?
Yes, he said he did. I think those were provided to Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And could you actually go back earlier in the investigation before you got to the vehicle being found at Molly Bar Trails? Did you speak with anyone else, or did your investigators speak with anyone else as a part of the investigation?
I didn't understand the question.
As a part of your investigation earlier, before you found out that the car had been towed by Bandit Towing on the 10th, was anyone else spoken to in regards to the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Before the car was towed, or before we learned, Jose
So y'all spoke with Jose, and I believe you stated that Jose was his best friend,
Best
who
friend
was
as
his
well.
mother, right?
Yes.
And did you all, earlier when you were talking about the video on the phone, you said y'all spoke with a Khalid. Did y'all speak with a Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Khalid, or Khalid is what I call him.
So as a part of the investigation, what did you learn from Khalid? And when did you speak with him? When was he spoken to?
Okay. Hang on just a second. Okay, so on the 10th, on the 10th, July 10th, around 7:55 p.m., Lieutenant Carradine and I called Khalid from her office and spoke with him. During that time, Khalid told us that he was FaceTiming on Snap with Jaylee at the time he was walking out of his apartment that morning.
And that, when you say that morning, what morning are you referring to?
July 8th, yes, on July 8th. Yes, so he said,
Before you get into that, we were watching the video. We saw him leave twice. Which time was Khalid talking to him?
the second time
Okay.
that he never came back.
Now tell us, did Khalid further the investigation?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
Let the jury go into the jury room for a minute. We got some business we got to take care of, okay? Remember, court, don't hold the correct information, don't talk about the case, don't investigate. Court's gonna take just a minute break itself. All right, let's gather back up and get back to work. All right, before we took our break, this witness, I think the state was about to attempt to elicit testimony about what Mr. Fears had said earlier in the testimony when Mr. Fears was testifying. The court ruled, the statement proffered by Mr. Fears earlier was that he was on the phone with Jay Lee early in the morning. His plan was to go see somebody, some unnamed person for activities, and that they'd had a fight earlier, I believe was the basic of it. At that time, the court ruled that as an exception, that statement would be hearsay, that as an exception to the hearsay rule, that Mr. Fears could testify about what Mr. J. Lee's plans were as an exception to the hearsay rule. And through that witness, Mr. Fears excluded the testimony of concerning the portion of the statement that they had had a fight earlier or something to that effect. But I did open in this state asked that they would attempt again through another witness, which I assume this witness, to introduce that portion of the statement about the fight earlier. Mr. Horan, seeing that was coming down the pipes, was beginning to object, and I have sent the jury out for determination, which I assume is the admissibility or non-admissibility of that statement concerning the fight earlier. Would that be a good summary of where we're at?
Your Honor, I think it's, yes, it is about 99% of the right, except for the statement where they've got an
Argument. Okay. One man's argument is another man's fight. But, all right. The gist of it. There's been difficulties anyway. You have filed. You have noted your objection. I'll hear from you first. I'll give you an opportunity to state your objection.
Your Honor, reiterate the same objection that I had earlier, the same objection that it would be hearsay, it doesn't fall under the present sense impression as wouldn't be.
I have previously determined that it is hearsay, and whether or not and I have previously determined that that particular portion of the statement did not fall under the motive, plan, exception to the hearsay rule. I'll state indicated they would this witness try to attempt to say that there's another exception to the hearsay rule is the way I get it. So I understand your objection. The court is finding it is hearsay. We can come back and argue whether there's an exception to the hearsay rule or not. And I'll give the state the opportunity to voice their opinion as why there's an exception, and then give you an opportunity to respond as why it's not an exception. All right, I'll hear from you on why that particular statement the court feels there's an exception to the hearsay rule. Or I'll give you a chance to another bite as to whether it's not hearsay or not, but go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument is that the statement from that she heard is not hearsay. Remember, Mr. Fears was talking about 2 interviews. Do you remember he was talking about 2 interviews? The recorded one and the non-recorded one. Okay. The non-recorded one is the one that we're referring to here. In the non-recorded statement, this is the early stages of the investigation, and they're gathering information to see what they might need to do, how they might need to do it. This is what leads to them. We have UPD Officer Ben Douglas getting to get search warrants for a bunch of Jay Lee's accounts because Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was, it's close. Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was going to meet with someone who he had previously blocked and he had met with earlier. And that's and that he was on the phone. So they were getting search warrants to see where he's going, like if they can find that person. That is how the investigation moves forward. And I do have a case in regards to this, Your Honor, which is that statements made to police in the course of the investigation that further the investigation are not hearsay. The site I would cite to is Butler v. State, 75.
I'm familiar with Butler. It's a good one anyway. Go ahead.
758 Southern 2nd, 1063. In that case, the victim testified regarding what happened, specifics about what happened, or didn't testify, I apologize. The officer testified to what the victim said about what happened in the crime. The officer was testifying to that. Here, we're talking about what they used to further their investigation. Further...
Let me interrupt you just 1 second. If you would pull up Butler for me, I'll refresh my memory while we're going, okay?
Further, Your Honor, the statement, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're not offering it to say that we're not actually, you can't really even say anything about the defendant with that statement, because it's just saying that Jay Lee was going to meet somebody. It doesn't even refer to the defendant at all. There's not even a confrontation issue if you think about it in that way. But what I would say, Your Honor, is that statements made to officers in the course of their investigation are not hearsay, and that's what she's going to testify to as they move forward with the investigation. And in the Butler case, they go through that. There was one other point, but it's slipping my head right now, Your Honor. I believe that's it.
I'll give you a chance to gather your thoughts if you need them and come back.
Yeah, I
later.
have to think about
All
something.
right. How about before the defense makes their statement? I want to reread Butler. Okay, it's been a minute. All right. I'll bear with you. All right. Anything else from the state?
I would just offer, Your Honor, that just like in Butler, we are not offering the statement to show that Jay Lee was leaving to go meet somebody he blocked. We are offering it to show that Khaled offered this information to the police because he thought it might be helpful and why they used it, which was then they start issuing search warrants. Ben Douglas issues search warrants, the direction of Captain Mahan. Ben Douglas will be coming in to testify, but then they start issuing search warrants for Jay Lee's accounts, his phones, and to figure out if they can get more information.
All right.
I think it says iCloud and his Apple ID, so you can figure out if they can get that information.
Your Honor, the Butler case is a statement that was made by the victim. You don't have that in this particular case. And you also have a hearsay within hearsay issue here. Butler was a statement where the victim made representations that the officer used. In this case, they're asking the court to allow hearsay conversations that they had an argument, a summation of it, and then the hearsay statement from Fears to the officer. What she just told the court, the purpose of it was they were going to do that notwithstanding the fact if the officer provided that to other detectives that he was going over there to hook up with somebody he'd been with earlier that night. They find out about that. The fact that they'd had an argument wasn't going to, the information about the argument wasn't going to stop them from doing any searching. Serves no purpose whatsoever to add this hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor. It's basically what it was. Butler's not on point, Your Honor. It adds absolutely zero value to the actions that the officers took by allowing this particular summation of the statement between the two individuals, and the victim is not the individual that made the statement to the officers, and they acted on it, as was the case in Butler.
My argument is that it's not hearsay altogether, because it's how they further their investigation. Not that it's hearsay. It's not hearsay.
This is a tough one. Court cognizant of the point of they would have got to the same place with or without the extra incentive of we had an argument.
Your Honor, I just said she was going to say that Khalid said that they were going to see someone he previously blocked, and he was going to see them. And
hang on a second. Does Butler hold it's not hearsay, or is it admissible hearsay?
not hearsay.
Statement from the victim.
I don't think that makes a difference who it's from.
It does to the extent when you're asking the declarant his fears, and he is characterizing a conversation that the victim gave him with another person. That is not, Butler is not on point with that.
Part of the reason Butler is on point is just like here, in Butler, nobody was identified. They said it didn't even implicate Butler. Butler is not even implicated. Here, Khaled isn't saying Timothy. He went to meet Timothy Herrington. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying what the victim recounted to him. It's not being offered to say that Jay went to meet. It's being offered to say, oh, this is how we proceeded and why we proceeded that way.
They were going to do that regardless of the hearsay, double hearsay statement.
It's not.
Butler says Mississippi Supreme Court has held that omitting out-of-court statements made to the police during the course of their investigation is permissible, and so holding the court stated that it is elemental that a police officer may show that he has received a complaint what he did about the complaint without going into details of it. In Swindle, a police officer testified about a tip received from an informant. The court held that a police officer's testimony about a tip received from an informant is admissible to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. Court's going to find that part about to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. In this case, court's going to admit it. And I'll let you make any further objection. I understand it's an important issue. I'll let you make any other further record that you like anyway.
I have a problem with the scenario where the tip is made that we acted on a tip. No problem with that.
Hang on just a second. I don't see any distinction between a tip and a statement from an identified person. All right.
I'm going to withdraw my objection.
Do what?
I'm going to withdraw my objection
All right.
in front of the jury.
Okay. Show the jury in.
Where was I? Khaled. That's where we were. Okay.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Hang in there, we're getting close to lunchtime. Wait a minute. Before we get started back, how much longer you think you got with this witness?
Not much longer, Your Honor. I don't believe much
We're
longer.
going to try to finish direct examination and then take up cross before after lunch. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, it's time. I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Captain Mahan, I believe we were talking about you all met with Khalid on the 10th of July, 2022. What did you learn in that conversation with Khalid that helped further the investigation?
Yes, we called Khalid on July 10th. Khalid had actually called our dispatch and informed our dispatch that he was the person on the phone with Jay Lee when he was leaving his apartment. He said he was FaceTiming with Jay Lee on Snapchat when he was walking out of his apartment. He told us it was around 5:58 in the morning on July 8th. He told us that Jay Lee had told him that approximately 2 hours before he had had a hookup and he had ended up blocking this person on social media. Because Khalid told us that Jay Lee had told him that he and the person.
Your approach anyway.
And if you could please just tell us what you learned from Khalid about where Jay Lee was going on July 8th when he was FaceTiming him?
He was going back to meet an individual he had previously had a hookup with.
Okay.
In
And
an argument.
said Khalid provided this information on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And this was because the social media post had gone out?
Yes.
Okay, and how did this information further your investigation?
It allowed us to know, obviously, he was going to meet an individual, and he has not returned. So we knew he was on Snapchat, FaceTime, so then we would start applying for search warrants for his social media and phone records, things of that nature.
And what officer was directed to, at UPD was directed to do that?
It was Sergeant Ben Douglas.
Okay. Just to make sure that we covered everything as an overview, since we took that break, talked to Khalid on July 10th, correct?
Yes.
On July 10th, y'all also learned that Jay Lee's car had been towed by bandit towing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was Jay Lee's car towed from?
Molly Bartrell's apartments.
Oh, that's an apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where is Molly Bartrell's apartments located?
I think this street is called McElroy Drive. I know how to get there. It's in close proximity to where Oxford Police Department is on McElroy Drive, north of there, north of a gas station at Molly Bartrell's.
Okay. And you said north of the gas station. What gas station is that?
I call it Rockets.
Rockets gas station. About how far is Rockets gas station from Molly Bartrell's apartment?
Probably about 0.3 of a mile.
Okay. And did you ever learn when? I know y'all learned about it having been towed on Bandit on the 10th, but did you learn when Bandit towed the car?
Yes. Sorry. I know I went through it earlier, but you asked when the car was towed, right?
Yes.
At 1:50 on the 8th.
On July 8th?
Yes.
From Molly Bartrell's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Brief indulgence. Just as a final question, as you testified, you checked with hospitals, you checked with jails, you checked his apartment, you checked all these areas in Oxford. Did you all ever locate Jay Lee?
No.
Did he ever return to campus?
No.
And Molly Bartrell's apartments, is that in y'all's in UPD's jurisdiction?
No, it's in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
So upon finding out that the car was there, who did y'all contact?
Chief McCutcheon.
And who is Chief McCutcheon?
He is the chief of police at Oxford Police Department.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because the car was located in his jurisdiction, and at that point, we knew it was something bigger, and so jurisdictional-wise, they would be responsible for continuing the investigation.
So at that point is when they became a part of the investigation?
And it worked kind of like a unified command jurisdiction-wise, and we continued to assist in the investigation with certain things. Sergeant Douglas specifically, because Sergeant Douglas specifically was very actively involved in the investigation
warrants. So at that time, would it be fair to say that Oxford Police Department sort of started to lead, but you all continue to assist?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
They close.
in fines and fees, not to mention another court cost of around $600 to $700. So you pick up another DWI, not only is the minimum 30 days, but you're looking at probably around $7,000 in fines and fees. Just one button on this phone, $30, wherever you want to go in this, don't matter where you want to go. That's what you need to do. How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty? I'll find you guilty. I will sentence you to it. You're going to walk out of here. You're not going to owe anything, but don't come back. All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, guys. Good luck. Yes, sir. Thanks. Yeah.
This is Brian Martinez, Judge.
Come up. Hey. Hey, Steven, that dude in the blue jacket. Grab homeboy. Did he just now get here?
He got here probably about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago.
I don't know what I'm going to do with you. All I know is I want the truth. I want you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I haven't decided what I'm going to do with you, but I want the truth. And if I think that you're lying to me, I will revoke your bond and I'm going to put you in jail. Do you understand? If you're honest with me, it will go a long way. I promise you. Why did we have the tamper?
La verdad no tengo la idea qué pasó. Yo he estado portándome bien, trabajando, y no he hecho nada más que concentrarme en eso, trabajar, portarme bien, no he tomado más alcohol.
To know about the tamper and whether you put something in your leg or not. Be honest, Mr. Martinez.
No sé nada. Lo que sí a lo mejor pudo haber pasado es cuando le fui a cambiar la batería, que ya hice un reemplazo de batería.
That what could have happened, I didn't put anything in there. What could have happened is whenever I exchanged the battery, I've done it once already.
Guys, keep it down, please. Did what?
They had contacted him to have him change the battery. And I don't know when that was in that time frame. But what he had also told me is that que trabaja como pintor.
Yeah, I do painting, I do walls, sandy, I do flooring.
I don't give a rat's ass what you do in this life. I want to know what happened with the tamper because they're telling me the device lost contact with your skin. All I'm asking for is the truth. Truth shall set you free.
No he cometido es bloquearlo, no lo he hecho.
I haven't done that. I haven't blocked it.
Puede hacer el polvo que quede en mi trabajo, puede hacer otra cosa, pero yo no lo he bloqueado. Me baño, me acuesto a dormir, me levanto a trabajar todos los días.
I go to sleep, I wake up every day for work.
I'm sorry.
I'm having anything.
I will tell you that I don't believe you.
No le creo.
These devices are supposed to remain on your skin. The device remains in constant contact with your skin. And when it comes out of contact, and when it, just listen, when it comes out of contact, it gives us an alert. And when it remains out of contact for a certain period of time, that's when we know from pretrial where they tell us that it has not had a continual contact with you for however long it may be. That's why the first time was 11 hours. The second time was 9 hours. I wasn't there. I have no idea. All I know is that it lost contact, and this doesn't poof magically appear like a fart in the wind. It has to be there from some purpose. It doesn't magically.
Judge, those machines are not valid. I've explained the situation before. I had the exact same situation in court 8 where my client had the scram and she also had a portable device. In the exact same time frame, it says she had a .157.
Okay, but there you're dealing with a positive result versus here we have a temper. It's something different.
It may be different, Judge, but it just goes to the fact that they're not perfect. It's not a perfect science behind it, Judge.
I have hundreds of other people on these devices and they have never had any issues. You know?
Lo tengo un poquito flojo, eso sí, que eso fue cuando me lo pusieron para atrás.
It was a little loose, that's the only thing, but I haven't touched it. It was loose from the beginning.
Now it's flojo.
No, I can
Judge, he's
literally
not
show
changing the
you.
story. The original question was what happened, and he's explaining exactly what happened. He's explaining what happened. Your specific question was whether he put anything in there. He's saying, I did not put anything in there. He didn't. He already knows that you told him if you tell me the truth, everything's gonna be fine. And so there's no reason for him to lie about that. I've talked to him 4 times now, and he's always said, no, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the portable. I don't know what it is, but you know, that's why he said it gets wet in there and I used a blower on it. It's like, I don't know. I mean, what if we also have him do the portable? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Judge. I'm trying to remember why we ended up getting, why he had to scram in the first place. Was it, I don't remember the case.
I mean, I'm not going back on the why. I mean, I'm ready to just revoke his bond because he's not.
I understand, Judge, but he didn't test positive for alcohol. He's never had a bond violation before. When I told him you have to come to court because of potential bond violation, he was here at 8:20. So it's not like he's hiding from anything. I'm in constant contact with him. I think I would appreciate if we could just keep going and see how we can resolve this case, Judge. And again, he tested negative for alcohol and drugs.
Everything. Negative.
Say, what do you think?
Judge, I mean, I just think it's important to note, and you already know, there's been 2 tampers. One occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning. I think that's also relevant information. I'm not sure what hours this individual works, and I understand it has to occur over a certain period of time. But I don't know. I do see that he also, I think there might have been something about a prior DWI in Tarrant County as well. I'm seeing that on the history, but I'm looking into it right now, Judge. I don't want to formally say that he's.
Which may have been the reason why.
That could have been the reason why we had to scram in the first place.
How long ago was that?
Looks like 2019. If I run his NCIC, I'm not seeing a disposition, right?
Thing is,
There's no disposition in 2019 in Tarrant County, Judge, so we don't know what's going on with that.
what I'm going to do now is I'm going to alter and amend your conditions to give you a curfew. I don't want you out in the middle of the night. And I'm gonna tell you, if you ever have another violation with me again, I don't give a rat's behind what your excuse is. I will put you in lockup. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care where you're going. I don't care what your excuse means absolutely nothing to me. I don't care about excuses. I care about actions. You either make the correct action or you make the wrong action. And when you have the wrong action, there are consequences for those actions. You are old enough to know about this. So I am now giving you a curfew of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You go out past that time, then I'm going to put you in lockup. And I don't care what you say. I don't care what you're doing. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's it. One more violation will stay with me. If you need to go get that machine changed out today, do whatever you need to do. Because I will not entertain any more excuses. And because the wood tamper is at 3 a.m, who knows what is going on, but nothing good happens at that time. And that's what scares me. If you're out and about and you're tampering with that time, something no good is happening. You will not get any more benefits of the doubt. All right. That's it. Hey, no tolerance.
I understand. I appreciate that. Yeah, what? He has a GPS as well already, Judge. He has GPS and.
Curfew on him now, because I don't think he doesn't have a curfew now. Okay. It goes on now. All right.
Okay, so.
he does.
Yeah.
What is it?
It has been no violation, right?
So he has a curfew. Where was the tamper at 3 a.m? Can you tell me?
I can't at this moment. I can get
Look, take your time. Get the coordinates. I'd like to know if he's at home. All right. If he's out and about, I'm gonna have an issue with it. Look into it. And then I'll.
They would have filed all the safety VR and.
You know how many muck-ups we have there? Never take anything for granted. Never take anybody's word until you look into it. Never. Until you do it and you can 100% confirm yourself. So please look into it. I'll give you a normal reset for now.
And then she'll come out.
But now the curfew is now and anymore,
Sure.
that's it.
Curfew was in place, so.
I don't know, and it was never mentioned, and so I didn't even see. It's a curfew.
Wait, I guess it wasn't mentioned because there was no violation on it, but we'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I'll get it reset.
Joe.
Yes, sir. We need an interpreter, Joe.
Got one. Come up.
No, this has very valid explanations that I think the court will want to hear in the situation. It's a very unusual situation.
What time does court start? Mr.
8:30.
What time did you get here?
I didn't have to come today. After the 4th, I was supposed to communicate with my lawyer.
I ordered you to come here today because you have a new case. You are on bond for an assault. You now have picked up a new assault. You are now facing another year and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Defendant and the defendant dating relationship. On 11/27/24, officers were dispatched to an assault in progress in Harris County, Texas. Officer met with other officers who had already detained the defendant. The officer spoke to the complaining witness, who stated the defendant pulled her hair at the house and that she felt pain. She stated that they had been driving down Westheimer and the defendant attempted to take her purse that had a flash drive that had fraudulent scam material on it Complaining witness
What?
said the defendant was trying to scam San Jose Gas Oil, and the information was on the USB drive. Complainant stated that they started to fight and she scraped her hand on the purse and felt pain. Complaining witness also stated no threats were made and the suspect did not put his hands on her. Defendant stated they were arguing in the car and the complaining witness slapped him twice and scratched him. Defendant stated he felt pain. The witness stated she worked security and she saw the traffic was backed up, so she drove up and saw the complaining witness and defendant in a stopped car in the street. She said she saw the complainant and the defendant fighting. Complaining witness was trying to exit the vehicle and that's when defendant pulled her hair. Witness stated the complainant exited and ran across the street and called 911. Officers observed blood on passenger window where complaining witness was sitting. Officers also observed complaining witness to have injuries to both hands.
Your Honor, no, the one thing I just wanted to point out was more on the dates, in that apparently he thought that the new case was set for December 5th. That's on this document, it refers to December 5th, but down the bottom, it looks like then it was ordered that he appear at the court's next docket on Wednesday, December 4th, because the original case that we had been here for, the first case, his appearance was waived on that case. So he got confused and thought it was waived, and I think he was
For
supposed
him to appear because of the new case that came up. So regardless whether he comes at 8:30, he comes at 9:30, I don't think I've ever taken someone in for coming in at 11:30, for coming in at 12. But I do have a problem when you pick up a new case.
Yes, sir.
Right?
And
It's alleged here that you have assaulted this person and they have now provided me with enough evidence that I'm going to find probable cause that it occurred. Joe?
But Your Honor, the only thing I can say is the client has vigorous defenses. Obviously, that's not the appropriate point to point out. But I don't know, was the complaining witness out on probation at this time or because she herself was under some legal.
All I know is that
Very
is
serious.
the 2 times that he pulled her hair, or was it just 1 time? It sounded like it was
Just a one-time, Judge.
He was trying to prevent her from, she was gonna go out of the moving vehicle, was what his position was. He was trying to keep her from getting hurt, from going out of the moving vehicle.
I didn't hear anything about that.
'Cause I believe what happened is she called and reported this afterwards. They left the scene and then she called, phoned it in and reported it after.
So is she trying to jump out of a moving car and he's pulling her hair to keep her in? Is it? Well, but then the witness sees them outside of the car arguing and then he pulls her hair outside of the car.
I heard that. I did hear that,
So
Your
the
Honor.
witness saw the defendant and the complaining witness inside the vehicle fighting. The witness tried to get the complaining witness out of the motor vehicle, and then the defendant
Picked up a new
pulled her back
case.
by her hair.
Are we supposed to be happy you're on bond for an assault and you pick up a new assault?
Yo
no daría daño nunca a la persona que
Well,
quiero.
now is, I mean,
I would never hurt somebody that I'm with.
Por favor, me quiero que le diga a su señoría. Ella es mi novia. Ella ahora mismo está en la prisión.
She's my girlfriend. She's right now in jail. He has.
Porque ella está enviciada en la droga.
She has problems. She's drug addicted to drugs.
Yo quiero que ella lo
Okay,
I want her to be hospitalized.
The only reason that was relevant, Your Honor, if I could help him out, is that he did tell me beforehand to help the court and the system, is that she has been his girlfriend for many years, and that he has 1 child he supports along with his mother, who's here today, and he works as a driver, and he does support them all, but she does have this problem with drugs and has this pending case. He himself suffers from depression and diabetes, but he does manage to work in order to support them all. If these are just things that maybe the court could consider, because it would be a real hardship for them to lose the income. Now, he would agree to any kind of additional controls in terms of staying away from her, but you know, maybe 200 feet away or things like that, because she's not living with them. The child is not hers, it's from a previous relationship that he supports, but they're actually 2. One is 7 years old, one is 7 years old, and the other one is 3 years old. And so we're talking some very fairly young children that's in his custody. Now, his mother has been helping maintain him. She's back there on the second.
The complaining witness is currently in jail. I believe in Harris County Jail. I'm
This
trying to figure
complaining
out what
witness?
for. Yes, Judge. I'm just trying to figure out for what, all I see is an out of county charge, so maybe there was a warrant. I'm not
Given a
sure.
cause number?
It's, so it shows up kind of weird. I have like an out of county cost.
That's
number,
okay,
but it's-
just-
I don't know if it will show up.
Is it a 2? Is it a 3? What?
No, it's like OOC.
No, that's,
Yeah.
huh?
See if I
Tú sabes
can
dónde está el
find it.
caso de
Yeah, you
Suri-
can look up,
Suri-
yeah.
no,
it's-
¿dónde está? Diga,
0326
Oh, hold on.
Austin.
0326.
8412.
Said it was Austin, Your Honor.
No, it didn't pick up. 0326 8412.
Possession
Yeah,
of
that's
substance.
No, I didn't get it.
It says that she's currently in Harris County Jail as of 11/27.
Do you have a cause or do you have a spin?
It's not, the spin number is, it's 03268412. It doesn't come up on here.
03268412. That's the spin I have.
No, for me, it's not coming up. Let me try this. 3. No.
It looks like she was booked in November 28th, but that's everything I see.
Booked in what day?
November 28th.
Yeah, so what happened if they got arrested together?
That's all I see. So it's gonna be another.
Más con.
She's got,
Sí o no?
Yes.
she's got a less than a gram case wherever.
Okay.
So she must have had an open warrant for a less than a gram case as well. Mr. Tujaquez, all I asked you to do was be safe in my community. You've now picked up a new case. I'm not going to let you go. You picked up a new assault. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter where it is. We ask you to behave yourself. And when you pick up a new case, that's not a good thing. And if I let you go, that is telling you it is okay to do what you're doing. And it's not. There has to be consequence to action so that you understand we mean business. If this person is like that, then you know, or you should know, not to associate yourself with this type of person. Do you understand?
But please, my family depends on me.
And this is what you think of beforehand. You don't think about this after the fact.
But I didn't do anything. I wanted to help her.
I'm not going to talk to you about the case. I'm not going to know. Now, I will tell you this, that I had already revoked your bonds and I was going to set them both at 10,002, but I won't do that. I'll entertain a bond, a lower bond with you, Joe. I mean, what do you think is appropriate? I want you to understand that I'm going to take you in because I want you to understand that public safety is my number one concern. That's it. As a courtesy for your lawyer, and because of what you're saying, I will not set it as high as I was going to, and I will entertain a lower bond. But you picked up a new assault.
Your Honor, would you consider $1,500?
What do you think?
Judge, I'm just gonna argue for a general $5,000 bond. This individual was told obviously not to pick up any new cases and the exact same kind of case while on bond previously.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'll split the puppy, okay? And on the new case, he's at 5,000 now on the old case. I'm gonna revoke that PR bond. I'm gonna set that one at 5,001. And then on the new case, I'll do it 3,501 as opposed to 10,002 on both of them. And that is, Joe, you know, I hope that you now understand that we mean business. And no matter what the excuse, no matter who you're with, you pick up a new case, there are consequences.
Yo le prometo que usted no me va a ver más nunca. Problema, yo nada.
Promise I won't cause you any more problems. You won't see me for something like this again.
I hope you show back up to court.
Es serio, ¿no?
Espero que
Es
sí se
serio.
presente.
Stay in contact with your
Sí,
lawyer.
claro, sí, claro.
Of course, of course.
And from now on,
De ahora en adelante,
as a part of your,
como parte,
Le pido una disculpa
don't.
porque yo el día 4 no tenía mi corte.
Tu Jaques, no habla. I want you to listen. I don't want you to have contact with the complaining witness in this case. I do not want you to be in possession of any weapons. You are also not to have contact with the complaining witness in the first assault case. If you pick up a third case, I am telling you now, I will go absolutely bonkers on your bond. Do you understand? The only reason I'm making the bond as low as it is now is because of Joe. Otherwise, your bond would be at 10,002. But as a courtesy, but I will have absolutely no qualms whatsoever if you pick up a third case. Who's the complaining witness in the first case?
I think he's just an employee of a business at a car dealership.
Okay, all right, goes with you. All right, okay, Joe, we'll talk soon. So, hey, he's gonna auto-populate tomorrow. What? Oh, yeah, oh, shit.
Can you bring
Okay.
him over here?
I didn't realize it was a family member. I'm sorry, Stephen, I forgot there's a mo-up that we need to enter in. Come on back.
Are you gonna talk to him?
No, Joe, sorry, where's Luis? Sorry, Luis, I forgot to do the protective order. Let me see. Has it been entered?
It's in there.
All right, here we go. Mr. Tujakis Palomino, I'm now entering in a magistrate's order for emergency protection. This is a court order that identifies Ms. Ramos Sabarit as a protected individual. You cannot commit family violence or an assault against this person. Commit an act in furtherance of an offense under section 42.072 of the Texas Penal Code, which is the stalking statute. You cannot threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You cannot be in possession of a weapon or go within 200 feet of where she lives or where she works. If you get out of jail and if she should contact you, if she calls you, do not answer the phone. If she calls you from an unknown number and you answer the phone and it is her, hang up. If she texts you, do not reply. If she comes to your house, do not answer the door. If she gets a hold of you through social media, do not answer. You're the one. If you violate this protective order, the state can and possibly will file a violation of a protective order. You violate these conditions, I can have a hearing to hold you at zero bond. Zero bond. And I will do it in a heartbeat to protect every person of this county. Do you understand? Are you sure? Okay, all right. Thank you, Stephen. Sorry.
You can sign over here. Puedes firmar.
Jimmie, Hugh Brasher got.
Oh, no, I got it. I just.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. Yeah, let's talk.
Okay. So, a couple things. One, I'm gonna waive my bail request, her client's request. I mean, bail form. Do I need one since I got appointed today with the bail form?
I can do it for you. I can do it. I will do it. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got it free. Hold on. It's Powell?
It's Powell, Judge. And then I've got a competency request in order.
Thank you so much for coming. So Shreya, what happened was, and I love I don't want to say it, but I love him. But no, what happened was that I guess he's out sick. We rolled him from yesterday to today. Today, he said something that he, of course, doesn't mean, but they had to get judicial threats involved. And it's because he's upset and it looks like he's, and I wanted to get someone that could roll and then be able to talk to someone today.
Yes, I don't think he's able to talk today, but.
Does he not want to talk to you? Or-
No, he's going. I'll try it.
or no? Should I not? talk?
It's about a authority thing. I've been building a little bit of rapport.
Yeah.
We try again.
Okay,
And to talk to him and see if I can get him to talk a little bit more to. No,
Yeah, I can go back and try.
Take your, I mean, if he wants to talk to me, I'm happy to
I
talk to
know,
him.
I think it's just, has an power of authority. He has that block.
I think it may be a little bit of a problem. Yeah.
What?
A little bit of a problem. You're looking for an offer right now?
But maybe we can smooth it out,
Okay.
like
maybe.
kill him with kindness.
So you can tell him like, yes, I tried. But I'm his
I know.
lawyer. I love that.
Why did they not give him a PR bond initially?
That I don't know, and I'm trying to get a
Here,
bail
look,
order.
Look, here, let me read
But I
this.
can't, it's so funny because my computer died just because like 30 minutes ago, so I can't, I feel blind.
Defendant appears to have an open TT charge in Travis County since 05/27/24, pending competency evaluation. This case, defendant refuses to leave River Oaks Shopping Center at
Right.
the West Gray location. 5 years Harris County includes convictions for assault, UUMV, plus charges for IE and FIDPO dismissed for mental health services. Failure to ID PF's officer. I guess that's what that is.
Indecent exposure. It looks like it's a terroristic threat from Travis. So it looks like they're just trying to get a competency on him, which I completely understand. I wish the competency had been filed a month ago so that we could be a little bit farther along, but that's
Wait, he's been in custody for how
for a
long?
month. And no competency request has been filed, but we just did it. So,
Sure.
yes.
Has a prior.
Well, no, I'm not sure because I can't access my computer.
Powell,
Are you able to?
because
pull-
maybe he was fine before though,
I don't see a.
He's had an orange sheet from the get-go. It looks
Oh,
like,
yes.
and from the priors, it looks like there's, yes, there's a concern.
There's a history of psychiatric treatment, Judge.
I don't see a competency request on this case, like. And I mean, the orange sheet indicates even by itself that we should have one. But that's okay, Judge, if we can just get it in the system today and get it started. I mean, I think they're pretty quick.
Yeah, whatever you need. I mean, we don't need to bring him out.
We don't have
It's-
to, okay.
No. I mean, if you don't think it's gonna do any good, then.
I don't think it'll help him any.
Okay,
And once I get this competency, I will approach, so I'll put him for about 2 weeks, because I know Helena can't do it for them.
okay. Give me a second. Hi, Kavita.
How are you?
Tell me what you got.
I have Alice Judge.
Who?
Alice, he was,
That's that dude?
yes, Judge. It's a probation case. And apparently he's set to expire in your court, but hadn't satisfied any of the conditions.
He hasn't done anything.
And he's also on probation in Rick Court, and they're sending him to community residential, and they extended him for 9 months. So I didn't know if you wanted to extend him or unsat
Yeah,
term.
no, I'm gonna extend him and I want a TRAS done. Well, I'm gonna send him now for a TRAS, and then I'm gonna put a, how long has he been gone?
Well, so he has been on probation since 2022 in Rick Court. It looks like he went.
Come up, Mr. Morales.
He went to SATF, or he was released from SATF in March. After he was released, he tested positive for amphetamines and meth in April. And then it looks like he failed to report for May, June, September, and October. And then he hasn't completed the DWI intervention, the DWI education, or the victim impact panel.
He hasn't done anything. I'm sending you now for a drug test and you must come back on Friday and we will determine how to go forward on your case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
We have
you.
one plea that we're working on as well.
Thanks. Okay, coming up.
Morning, Judge. I'm approaching on Darwin Morales, M-O-R.
Okay. Oh, this is a new case or old case?
It's about 10 days old, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Looks like, God,
for the holidays.
20,000 on an unlawful restraint.
That's why I wanted to approach.
Okay.
So if you're ready.
Hey.
So I'm approaching on this case because I've been in contact with the complaining witness. She's actually here. She's made it be known to me that she wants the charges dropped and that everything that happened was, she doesn't know why he was arrested, that he didn't do anything. She's here to confirm what I'm saying. If you have a question regarding that, she's talked to the prosecutors about this case.
I don't even know what happened. I haven't done PC. Do you mind real quick, please?
Judge, before we do all this, I know Mr. Darwin feels like he's out of the loop and doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful. Let's do it.
That way he can be brought up. Darwin, estamos trayendo para afuera para que tú escuches lo que está pasando en el caso y sepas todo lo que está pasando. ¿Cómo? No, más para que escuches.
¿Puedo hacer la defensa?
No, ahorita vamos a hablar con el juez, nomás.
Yo lo voy a interpretar. Yo lo voy a interpretar.
Good morning, Mr.
Mira al frente.
Darwin Morales.
Good morning, Mr. Morales.
Señor Morales.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
You were charged with unlawful restraint. You were facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. I don't know anything about your case. So we are going to do probable cause now. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Officers were dispatched to a residence in Harris County, Texas, in response to a disturbance. Upon arrival, officers spoke to complainant witness, who told them that her and the defendant had recently ended their relationship. The complainant had been at work earlier that day when the defendant showed up and grabbed her wrist and forced her to leave by pulling her into his car. Complainant told officers the defendant took her to his apartment and would not allow her to leave his room. A witness, the defendant's roommate, eventually told both the complainant and the defendant to leave. While standing outside, complainant called her friend to pick her up, when the defendant again grabbed her by the wrist and began trying to get her to go with him against her will. Complainant told defendant multiple times to let her go, and the defendant refused. Complainant then hit defendant with her phone to try to get him to let go. Complainant's friend then arrived and was able to intervene. Defendant admitted to the officers that he would not let complainant leave the apartment.
Okay. Mr. Morales, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Your lawyer is now asking for me to reduce your bond. What I see, though, is that there is an immigration detainer now. So even if I lower the bond, you are unable to get out on bond due to the immigration detainer. So there is still a possibility, but you will need to have a lawyer go work with immigration to be able to get you an immigration bond. One of my fears is that if we give you a PR bond now, or you bond out now, it's very possible that they ship you right then and there to immigration without having resolved this case, and that creates more of a headache for you. But I don't know.
Judge,
Please.
if I may, just on the issue of probable cause, we have statements from the officer, a report from the officer, statement of a witness who doesn't say he saw what happened. He just says he told them to leave. At that point, it's a he said, she said kind of thing between my client and the complaining witness. We have the complaining witness here to actually say what happened, why he was arrested that day, I don't know. But she is here saying that it was a mistake. She is here saying that he didn't do anything. That should at least put this case on alert that there's issues in this case and that he should be allowed to fight this with a great chance of fighting this because the complaining witness is here saying these things. Him being incarcerated while waiting to fight this is oppressive to him. He's got no criminal history. The allegations sound horrible, but plain witness is here to testify. She's not testifying, but to state what happened that day, and she's stating that what happened was wrong. That being the case, I would ask for a PR bond, especially when she's saying nothing happened, and he be allowed to get out and fight his case. Now, the issue regarding immigration is he's got no criminal history. Once he gets over there, once he can be held there until his hearing. Two, he could also possibly be let out on a bond over there. He has a hearing. He's got some status for being here. He came in and has a.
Is he a DACA or?
He doesn't have a DACA. He came in, availed himself to the authorities. He's got a immigration court setting for the 25th, year 25. It's upcoming. I can pull it up, but he's got an actual hearing date in the future to look for relief. So he gets a date once he comes in. They're arguing that he has no status for being here in his court hearing is at date in the future.
Yeah, this is gonna throw a wrench into that.
Yes, but he's got a right to, I mean, this case is kind of iffy already. You found probable cause him being held while awaiting a resolution is not a benefit to him, especially when she's here saying it didn't happen.
Judge, I know that, I mean, we all know that victims of domestic violence often recant. So it doesn't surprise me that she's here saying that. But the police recalled, the police spoke to her, and at that time, this is what she told the police. She said what happened. We don't have any evidence other than an OR, but I'm gonna oppose lowering the bond. I think it's a safety issue for her and a community safety issue.
Was there a 911 tape? Because not only do you have her statement, but you also have another you said you had a witness as
Yes,
well,
sir.
right?
So a 911 call was made. We don't have it. Trying to see if she did it. Who the reporting was.
I certainly think that the $20,000 bond is a bit high, and I'm willing to go down on that. I'm not going to grant him a PR bond because I don't think that would, well, I don't think that, with the immigration detainer now, I don't know if that's, I am going to order you now, Mr. Morales. I want you to listen. Now's not the time for that. You can do that later, but here I want you to listen what's going on so you know what's happening. I don't want you to have contact with this person now. Understand, every phone call that you make is recorded. Every piece of mail that you take out, give in, it's looked at. So just be careful.
Judge, if I may, you're ordering no contact in this case between him and the complainant witness.
Sure.
She's here stating that.
I don't know that. They've not been able to rip her, you know. I understand.
Well, we did have a prosecutor speak to her in person today, a Spanish-speaking prosecutor, and he is, you know, she is recanting. She is saying that it did not happen. And I also will say the witness, I believe it's the roommate, is the one who called the police, and he told officers that he came outside and witnessed the defendant holding the complainant by the neck. And that's when he called the police and was able to.
But the witness saw him hold her by the neck.
Yes, that's what the witness told the officer and the officer.
So do you want him to still have contact with her?
I don't think contact would be appropriate in this case, Judge.
My only fear is that
Can we hear from the complainant witness to see what she wants?
probable cause hearing.
It's also you're imposing conditions, bond conditions. You have the authority to hear her out and see what she wants.
I have an unlawful restraint. I've got him grabbing, holding her hostage. We've got a witness. We also have a witness that sees his hands around her throat. I understand that, you know, time heals wounds and people recant, but you know.
That's one possibility. It's also possible that this didn't happen. We're assuming that this happened because he was arrested. She's here stating different. I would just ask that you hear her out and see what she wishes.
That's what we have trials for, Ricardo. I'm not going to change my position of probable cause now, you know. My only what we're doing at this point in time, what conditions do we impose, if any?
He's already under a MOA and a no contact.
Let me see, is he?
She's here stating she doesn't want that. That's why she came. So this is her second time being here to try to get this lifted.
What do you think, Morgan, about lifting the no contact? I mean, I'm not going to take the protective order off because it's stuff he shouldn't do anyways, right?
No,
But my
Judge,
concern is about the no contact.
no, I understand that she's here, and like I said, we spoke to her, but it's still the fact of the matter, we haven't been able to review any of the evidence. All we have is this, what she said then, what she said now.
She wants to have contact. Do you know if she wants to have contact with him?
She does. She told our prosecutor.
If she wants, then I'll allow a contact. So there is a protective order that's in place now. The only thing I'm going to take off at this time is that you cannot have contact with her. You can have contact with her, but remember, no threatening, no harassing contact. I'm just telling you now what is threatening or harassing. Doesn't matter what you think. It's what other people perceive. Listening. It's what people perceive.
Everything's a lie, everything's a lie.
Y la otra persona me robó mi pertenencia, tiene todo, no le quiere dar nada, tiene mi cama, mi televisor, todo porque es gay y no quiere que yo esté con mi esposa que viene conmigo desde Venezuela. Venimos pasando 3 meses de frío, hambre, para que venga otra persona que no nos conoce a meterme acá por algo que yo no hice. Ahí está mi esposa, la policía la revisó ese día, le hizo subir la camisa, le revisó el cuello y ella no tenía nada.
Más despacio. So I don't know. Pardo doesn't know. Morgan doesn't know. That's why we have evidence. The evidence will point to whose side is correct. There's 911 calls. There are body cams. Those will shed light on what happened. The 911 is a great piece of evidence that will show what happened. There are voices that will show the stress of the excitement and show what happened. Likewise with
La persona que llamó fue gay y solo quiere estar conmigo, por eso me tiene acá. A mí no me gustan los hombres, me gustan las mujeres.
Suficiente. Did you like women?
Es que yo soy inocente, yo no hice nada. Ahí está mi esposa diciendo de que yo no le hice nada. Venimos desde Venezuela.
So to understand is that the evidence will point to whose side is correct. I know you're I know you're saying one thing, but we got to wait to look at the evidence and then we'll go from there.
Judge, if I'm, well, I'll let you go ahead and,
About the bond, 5? I know that it's 20 now, 20's high, you know.
I'll defer to you, Judge.
What we're just to 5.
5,000? He can't afford that, Judge. He can't afford that. He's new to the country. He has a hearing set. He was sharing a room with his wife at this location. He can't, that bond amount would not.
Okay. Well, what scares me is that, like if he bonds out and then they ship it to immigration and then they end up either deporting or we're doing something like that, we want him to be able to resolve this first before that happens, because that could be an even bigger mess in the long run. I don't want to be short-sighted, you know.
Estoy con migración y ellos me dan unos papeles para yo estar acá. Estoy seguro de que ellos no me deportarán.
I'm sure they wouldn't deport me.
Judge, if I may. Judge, his biggest concern right now is being incarcerated. That's on the forefront. Him getting to immigration, he will fight 100% once he gets there. Right now, his biggest concern is getting out of jail. If we look at that in this context, my case does not get better. It will not get better than what I have right now. I have a complaining witness recanting, stating that this did not happen.
I don't necessarily know. Maybe the 911 tape will show anything, which would be good for you. You never know.
I don't need to wait on the prosecution to do anything. I have what I need to go to trial just with her. How quickly can we get to trial on this case?
We don't have any evidence in here, like at all.
I have
My
to give him,
client is sitting in jail while we have no evidence.
I've got to give him at least 30 days. And then after that, I'll set you for trial. We don't have juries now until the beginning of January anyways.
Well, here's the argument, Judge. They can have all the time they want, but my client is the person sitting in there. The resolution would be give him a PR bond so they can have all the time they want.
I'm not gonna give them a PR. Okay.
Understood.
We'll try to resolve the case as quick as we can. You're in custody. There's certain rules that we have to follow. I have to be fair to counsel. I also have to be fair to the state.
Pero es que yo no hice nada. Ahí está mi esposa diciendo que yo no hice nada porque yo no hice nada. Yo soy inocente. Yo no hice nada. Solo quiero salir de este lugar. La estoy pasando muy mal. Yo no hice nada. Yo soy inocente. 100% inocente. Y ahí está mi esposa porque no la dejan hablar y que ella declare cómo sucedieron las cosas.
We'll try to get to you as quick as we can, I promise. Okay, it's got to be at least 30 days. After that, we'll set your case for trial. Fast track it.
Luego la fianza de 5,000 me iría a migración o no.
And if I pay the $5,000 bond, I would go to
What I would talk to your lawyer. You can always go to immigration, ask for an immigration bond. If that happens, then we can talk here. Okay, but you also have that issue as well, and that's a big one. If you get an immigration bond and they let you out an immigration bond, come back.
That's your primary responsibility, is keeping the DA's office tied to this table anyway. You have a good lunch, young lady?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
I will. Thank you.
Got anything up there, Chairman?
You ready, John?
Yeah, everybody but the DA's office is apparently. But no, y'all go back.
Oh, you're not ready? I thought you were ready.
No, y'all stay back in there. We still waiting on some customers. Sorry about that. I didn't make myself clear. Let's see if it'll do any good. I wonder if it'll do any good if the judge calls. Back in there in that room back there, and if they there, bring them. At the office, every night, can't go get them back there. Come on in, Lindsay. I think you can handle things from the state. Just have a seat right there. All right. looks like we're all back here. We've got 15 people from Forest County up here against their will. Let's show them the respect to start when we say we're gonna start. And if anybody needs to use the judges' chambers during lunch to facilitate their being here on time, we'll find a place for the courtroom for anybody that needs it for meetings during the lunch hour anyway. All right, everybody ready? Where'd Lynn? You would bring show the jury. Welcome back. Apologize for the short delay in getting started back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. If you didn't get enough, you'll find you some more, okay? I trust nobody has a lot of support instructions. Let me know if you ever do. All right, I believe the point that you were about to cross-examine the witness. You remain under the same oath. Okay.
I proceed, John. I'd like to have this marked. Approach the witness, Your Honor. Captain Mann, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as offense exhibit 7 and been provided to me in discovery representing the return of the search warrant that you talked about going to Jay Lee's apartment.
Objection, Your Honor, to him telling the witness what it is. She should identify herself.
I'll let her.
Rephrase the search.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a pen, bank account information, would you block out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, that it wouldn't be published to anyone other than
That sounds easy.
If you
I see
would,
it now.
you see it
Yes.
now, would you
Yes.
please do that? We may end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't bleed through, but I don't think so. I'm not going to publish it, Your Honor. It's kind of in case it gets into the court. When it gets into the court file, it won't be.
Just the bank account, there's a discovery.
Yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry, Captain, if you don't mind. Think you got it all?
I think so, I barely can.
That appears
It's
to
hard
be,
to read.
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that you talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move for introduction at this time. Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir. It's a college campus and it's not uncommon for us to,
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over to Oxford PD, but y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while and then,
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as far as y'all had a joint investigation, as far as the lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th or 12th. Is that a fair statement?
we had the initial conversation under the night the vehicle was located at the towing company.
On which day?
That was
What day was that?
I'm sorry. It's a lot of paperwork and I would rather be accurate. Okay, on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at Bannock Towing.
And it was located.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the 10th, the JD's vehicle was located at Bandit, correct? Towing.
Bandit, yes.
And you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford with people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? That's your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. They make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, you located that vehicle on that particular date at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed at 1:50 p.m.
I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for Jay Lee's car?
It's just the term of the car,
I'm past the part. The material that I've been provided is that y'all got 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Trying to get through the paperwork.
Material I've been provided is testifying for the witness.
I'm going, give him some leeway.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for Jay Lee's car that was located at Bandon?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about the second search warrant for his car? Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with it? You were
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was not.
I want to ask you about, as to the car, I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with them. Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview,
Okay. At all, at any time?
not for Jose.
Okay.
I mean, I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first two to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay, you familiar, did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the
It's page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report that we have.
Apparently mine's out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from like the pages one to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
I just, the way it was provided to me at the bottom right-hand corner, it has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order,
Oh, I'm
1 to
sorry.
100.
Take your time. I give it to her.
Okay, yeah, because my page. It's not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Have it marked identification. Now, approach them. DA.
Just want to make sure.
Captain, I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page, the number, identify the number, whether or not that appears to be your approval of the report on that particular day. Detective Officer Carradine. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. All 3 pages.
That one's not.
That there's
Yeah, I was just, that was not Jose's interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmie Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. No report.
I don't know what the court is, so I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back, but tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor, the report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, it's the same one that we looked at.
And if we need to get you another copy, I'll run it for you, okay?
The report, it says that the Officer Carradine interviewed Jose, and he said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there is no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements, but that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
Two things, Your Honor. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this, who should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness anyway?
Your Honor, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmie Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends. Best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement to this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The Confrontation Clause does not require that I do that. The Rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. It's in furtherance of her investigation, what she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. It's the same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of the individuals that she did, that she interviewed.
But Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, and things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state, what did this further in the investigation?
Your Honor, this is kind of how the questioning would go. Did he give you this statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them, that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm gonna let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes. Let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you ask this question, but I don't know if this. I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. If you know what I'm talking about.
Your Honor, and again,
I'm gonna let you start, and then if
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her as over the investigation, approving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor. I did.
you're probably right, but it's gonna be. I'm not consenting to
everything.
I'm not consenting to everything. I am consenting to you asking this question. So.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them. He can call them if he wants to anyway. Go ahead. Bring the jury on this.
My approach to witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Have the exhibits that you were referencing, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. Could you give the jury the benefit? What was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, UPD was basically deeply involved in the missing person aspect of Jimmie Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular report?
The highlighted section?
Highlighted section.
Okay. Lieutenant Carradine has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmie hung out, who's Jimmie J. Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, is she an investigator at that time? What was her responsibilities?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have 2 full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations.
Okay.
So in other words, there's more than just those 2 people on call.
Okay.
So yes, she was conducting investigative work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmie Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing. Yeah, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
The purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmie Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house, yes.
All right. Do you have that report that reflects? Same with Jackie. They interviewed the lady furthest of their investigation. They found out the man had given misinformation. They went back and checked.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Ms. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Just find the report and I'll locate it.
Can you find the report?
On your copy, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Janelle Davis?
I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John. Ma'am.
I think I have it. I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 133.
That's not. My pages are different, but I'm thinking it was the same. I think so.
What is it you're marking there?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
Hang on a second. What is it you're marking?
The report that she's referencing,
Captain report of who?
Captain Mayhew.
Mine are McGuire's.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening here, the attorney is identifying it. That the witness identify something before it's marked for ID.
Court asked.
I have a hard time keeping what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway, okay?
No, Judge, you said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
What is, let her look at it, tell me what that
Let's have it marked for identification.
Okay, mark it for identification and let her, then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Captain Mayhew, I want to, said you had located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9. Compare it to.
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
Yes.
report, 3.85, 22, 457.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
That's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Shayla McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, you can keep it simple. Page 59 through 61 of 133. If you would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not it fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about it. Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a long report.
What was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes has stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm going to wear y'all feet out walking today, but step back in there for a second anyway, and y'all can. Just, what's the objection?
Your Honor, my objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case stated that you can't go into detail, which was the problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is, we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
Back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report has a statement from Janelle.
Yes.
What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee, she doesn't really know him, and she knows him because he's Jose's friend, and that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm gonna give the defense an opportunity to say how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports she testified to, that they went back and interviewed I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all, and there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor.
Let me once again ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Don't ask her.
Do what?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, is whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmie Lee. The young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination, Your Honor. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems, from my understanding, that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name, then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information during the course of your investigation? Yes. What was that deceptive information? First, he told us one thing. We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation to he was a suspect, he was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
have to
but
ask
that
the
then
question.
he.
Hang on a second.
I don't have to ask the question. It has nothing to do.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If this person, if this witness is the person that has is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm going to let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate? Truthful,
Not deceptive.
And
What was that based on?
and ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. But we're gonna let's don't go around the world to get there.
It has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
But that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the same argument she
I don't think it's necessarily this is in furtherance of the investigation. I'm not going to prohibit you from calling any witness you want to. I will ask you, let you ask the general question of, did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information was true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm going to let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do the confrontation clause, all those things that are required but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that, as the defendant does not have to do that under the rule. Public report, contents of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the court's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well,
all right, y'all step back. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness. Did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you? Who you could talk to? He said talk to the female. He said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close? And if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think were deceptive, I'm going to let you ask them anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel opposite. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, form, or fashion. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, he misrepresented facts, and could possibly have impeded investigation, gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some latitude in that regard, and I'll state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough. Okay.
Again, they talk about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's keeping things. you know, that's their whole theory, what they talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm gonna give you some latitude.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To
I'll be
ask
quick about it.
to ask this witness, did you talk to Mr. Ruiz? Did he give you any name of somebody that might be close to
Your
Jay
Honor, I
Lee?
think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think Your Honor said it's
I'm
going to be.
gonna give you some latitude with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Janelle Davis was given to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
Said, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jaylee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what he told you.
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on that information? Did you provide it to you?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jaylee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question? What was your other question?
My question was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jay Lee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line. I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said. Pursuant to Your Honor's direction, when we have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Well, let me ask you this. I took it that she was reading from something there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's still parts of the conversation she had.
If there's additional part to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity to.
Thank you.
Let's shut all of it.
If you read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
I'll give you the opportunity to.
Before accordingly,
Read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions, okay? Tell me when you have an opportunity to read it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him. Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jaylee, his relationships.
In fact, what it says is...
Objection, Your Honor, what it says. He's testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made, which, quite honestly,
I don't know what it says, so I can't.
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview and told her that they were asking about Jaylee's relationship, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told you, right? After his interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explain to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report? I believe you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling.
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same time.
All the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name Timberland Maddox, right? Next page. You remember him?
Next page. It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, he's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Shayla McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the approving officer. I'm sorry.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct. I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or is that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with it?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I knew at one point I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. It appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not going to say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him, and I'm not sure I was watching it on the screen when they were interviewing him.
Do you remember? I mean, you were sitting outside watching.
No, I don't remember. I remember the name TJ Mathis because later we had to do other follow-up.
If you would, look at that report. It sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us you were watching on the screen. And look down about
middle of the page where it says Mathis seen, and read there from the remaining of the page. Tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you've had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report.
But I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report,
Yes, sir.
that's her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay.
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
All right.
Moved out in May.
Who were those two roommates that he had? But they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May?
Yes.
All right. Did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
Okay. As far as there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed. Is that correct? One of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams, is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about Jay Lee's routine and habits? He had hookups come over. We talked about hookups earlier. When he had hookups come over to his apartment. You remember independently, before you look at your report, what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what Jay Lee's routine and habit was, the things that he said about didn't occur when hookups, he brought hookups back to his place?
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, they printed out different figures.
Maybe 60. Oh, I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
I've got 7/14 to 2022 is the identifying date and 800 hours at the top. This report of Shayla McGuire, but it references the fact that you made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone, so she could, just gonna find it. Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams, I called him by phone, put him on speakerphone. I apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
consulting is for ID only, you won't have to clean it up.
Micro John.
Okay.
Captain, if you look at this, does this appear to be fair and accurate? Other than the yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative report, does that appear to be it?
Yes, yeah, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
McGuire, I'm sorry, Judge. It's 60, page 63 of 133, Judge. In the middle of that page, read that, if you would, where that fairly and accurately depicts the phone interview that you had with the X-ray mate with Mr. Lee on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report.
Well, I saw that it said description, seek for more description down there, but I don't have that report. You have that?
I'm trying to.
But you can, before we get to that,
Okay.
give the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, the way he conducted himself when hookups would come to he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because again, at least the other witnesses, well, maybe we approach.
Come on up. Form any opinion. All right, so, quick as I get in there, but before you start making arguments, I want somebody to read into the record portion of of this document that's in controversy, so that the record is clear about what we are about.
Should read it into the record.
Basically, it it would start like this, Your Honor. Explained that he'd seen a black male and a Hispanic male frequent the apartment of Jay Lee. Austin said the Hispanic is female, feminine, and from his description, we believe that to be Jose Reyes. No question about that. According to Austin, the black male was masculine and tall. He said that during the time this black male frequented Jay Lee, had talked to Austin and said that he was in a relationship with someone that was very aggressive. Austin also said that he and Jay Lee shared a wall in their apartment because their bedrooms were on either side of the wall. And Jay Lee told Austin many times that if he knocked on the wall 2 times, it meant he needed help.
And that's what you're asking to ask this witness to read.
Austin said that a black male that frequented the apartment could be an aggressive person. Jay Lee described that the person Jay Lee described because Austin said it was about the same time.
And my objection, Your Honor, is twofold. One, I agree that Butler can be done in furtherance of the investigation, but even as Your Honor limited it to, not what someone said. Because it says in the Butler case, you can't go into detail. It'd be one thing if she was asked, did you learn of suspects? We learned of another black male, but you want her to read the entirety of Austin Adams' statement.
I'm gonna make my ruling. I'm gonna let the defense ask. I'm not gonna let the witness read this entire paragraph. I'll ask you to say that had Austin, did he report to you that there had been he was in a relationship with an aggressive black man?
Told him to knock on the wall.
I'll let you ask that, but I'm not going to let you read the whole thing.
Thank you.
I think that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In developing prospects, in the course of your investigation, in developing prospects or suspects, did you consider this? That would be a proper application of Butler that in considering suspects in the course of your investigation, did you receive this information from Austin? Let's bring the jury back in. Y'all just come. When
I'm gonna mark it down.
Approach on.
Captain, before we had the break, we were making reference to that particular report, and at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that something that you had more information on the report, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire.
I want to hand you D11, and tell me if that's the report, I believe it is, that you were referencing.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes.
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yes, this is my report.
So my understanding is that you interviewed the roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that means he needed help, right? That's what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. Were you present during the interview with Khalid Fears, testified on the record? The first interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
The first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to hand you what's been hard for identification at this point in time. It's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. Keeping up with the pages, Your Honor.
This is D2?
It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And answer whether or not that appears to be a report indicating the interview between you and you were engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Can you hand it back to me, please, ma'am? Does it be fair and accurate? Does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview in its entirety? Have you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do it if you don't mind. It's pretty important.
Okay.
I'll see if we get on both slides. As I understand it, everything that's going on here today, witness testimony is being live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So like, everybody make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings, Your Honor.
I've instructed our witnesses not to do that.
I just want to make sure, I'm going to make sure both of you have done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time, okay?
She's got it.
Oh, okay.
She's got it.
I didn't see it listed on that. What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs for the court reporters because I think their fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We let them rest their fingers from time to time anyway.
Your Honor, do you mind if we look at that exhibit?
Go ahead. I would encourage you to do so. And while y'all are looking, I'll be right back. I'm just working under the assumption that no one's taking the court bathroom and y'all should have raised your kid, but I haven't had that much. All right. Did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit? Yes, sir.
Y'all get a chance to read? Everybody ready then? Okay.
Yes. Have you somebody call a chancery court and get the air cut?
Yes.
They said they control it from down here for the building.
And I got a house code on keep me warm on top of that anyway, but, it is sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We can go flip a breaker if you have to. We'll override. All right.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in this report.
Ma'am?
There's a lot of moving parts in this report, yes.
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Caleb Fears?
Khalid, yes.
Khalid, yeah, Khalid, I'm sorry.
That's what I call him.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, is everything, I mean, it's true, it's inaccurate?
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd accept it for the
Did you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Spears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes.
All right. When he told you that that Khalid explained that Jack was an act that he and Jay Lee used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of favor with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
Yes, I took it to understand is they both use their app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee uses apps such as Jack, BOK, and Grindr. Now, in your report, you got Jack in quotations, BOK in quotation, and Grindr in quotations. Or in this report, it's your report.
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
Man,
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes.
You remember him making those representations to y'all, to you, and Lieutenant McGuire
About the apps they use? Yes.
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Peters? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean, that's what he told us. It's
That's right.
documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, well, he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships? Yes.
He told you that, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to get you to Molly Bar, and during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar, did you not, Captain?
I did. Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
The first time you made it out to Molly Bar, if you recall what date that was. And you would tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there are a lot of officers there. I'm unsure if that's the very first date. I have to confirm it.
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle at Bandit?
I don't know. I know at Molly Gore Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there, and according to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area?
If you're referring to, we broke up like to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there, things of that nature?
I was not present
You were not
during
present.
that day.
Was you there when that was the second search?
I was not present when the metal detectors, I knew Lieutenant Carradine, and I know Lieutenant Carradine was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay. That would have been a different occasion. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and would you a fair statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Kozart. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
A big report.
It's
big
a long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about the contact with Kevin Kozar and what transpired out there when you talked to Mr. Kozar. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Kozar?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the 2 individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Kozart lived out there, and we were familiar with Kevin Kozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So
that was your understanding, was it not? Clear up a little confusion here that you were asking Mr. Kozar, explain the lifestyle of basically the man dressing up as a woman, right?
Well, that
lifestyle, that's what Jay Lee was doing.
A totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, Kevin talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report his snarky mouth.
That's Your Honor. We approach.
Here, anyway, the reason y'all have to work around so much anyway.
Your Honor,
It's my objection.
It's not your fault. I can't hear you. I can hear these
I'm
other
sorry.
folks anyway, and you're doing your best. It's just my
I'm trying
hearing.
not to have the jury hear what
I
I say.
understand. Do not put the jury back in.
Your Honor,
I wanna-
before we get started,
What now?
This young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any that type of stuff.
I didn't see that, but listen,
Well,
y'all
When did I do
pretend
that?
y'all pretend the jury ain't there from this point forward anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that.
We,
Where was I sitting?
I'm just going, it's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and, tell me, I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being the judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But, what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is, my original objection, actually when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Kozart, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Kozart and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed, there are other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar, and they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me hear the source of any information that I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information, present information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar apartment. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question, I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Kozart. She knew Kevin Kozart. He lived out there. Kevin Kozart knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Kozart knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Kozart, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him well. Establish whether or not Kevin Kozart says he never came to the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
Let me, I don't know what the relevance, unless Kozar is going to say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments or Jay Lee to car to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Because, Your Honor, he didn't know. Those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason. They don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What witnesses
I will say this.
Kevin
I haven't
Kozart.
put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing as saying that they don't know him? Kevin Carter.
I didn't say
I mean,
you know it. I didn't say that.
I will.
Kozart.
He's
trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm going to let you. I can see that it'd be relevant that the Jay Lee, whether he had a friend at that apartment complex would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm gonna let you ask this officer,
That's all I was trying to establish, Your Honor.
all right, I'm gonna let you establish that, that this, at least one person there at the apartment complex, was an associate of Jay Lee. You know, if somebody came to my, if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, do you know the guy lives there, you know? And that's
Saying this is one of the individuals they interviewed who said they knew Jay Lee, he lived at the apartment complex.
But let's,
I've been trying to get there.
let's
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to
let's
that.
get it back to very simple, simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it, because when we go to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how I've never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. Let me speak a little while. I'm going to let you ask the question is, did you interview Mr. Kozar? Did Mr. Kozar and Mr. Kozar indicated that he knew and had associations with Mr. Jay Lee? And he was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on. All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Blame them on me. Contrary to what most people think, most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what's going to be said. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision. And that's just the way it is. Some cases we've had knockdown, drag-out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues, but this one I'm hearing it for the first time like you are anyway. So you may proceed along with in court instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Kozart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Kozart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is a...
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink.
Yes, I
that's
think
how he knew. He
yes,
lived in apartment 23 at Molly Bar, correct?
This says apartment 22.
22.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many, were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And did you?
I was there. I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on scene.
Right, I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home. And I think there's a report indicating that they were like talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either were at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it would be fair to say there were people not at home during that time.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Molly's Park?
I'm not sure. Again, Sergeant Douglas or either officer, police department officers.
Cool, then do it. Wood, I missed one. Eli Davis. Did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 in the report, please. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel. We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel, her partner.
And Isabel Teller, right?
Yes.
At Molly Bar Trails?
Yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps. And he said he'd never seen him in that area. I spoke, okay.
But you were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media, and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers. Fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not, I don't get, you know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I'm giving you lots of little big breaks. Y'all want another break? All right, I saw a lot of head shaking no's. I'm taking your word for it anyway. I appreciate that.
Can we take a break?
Y'all run the bathroom. I'll give y'all one.
Can I?
I'm going to give the witness a break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take a job. Y'all wanna stay right there?
Your Honor, if we could think of a matter, that has to do with.
Y'all gonna get a break whether you want one or not, anyway. Okay? No reason for this witness to be here during this. All right,
Judge, we're gonna replace the
Marked
marked
up,
DA on
okay.
one of them. I'm gonna do the rest of them later.
okay. But if they're for ID only, I don't care if you replace them or not anyway.
Well,
You may try.
I may introduce some of them, depending on what happens.
Go ahead. You got something?
Pre-mark exhibits, is that okay with you?
Go ahead and pre-mark them then anyway.
Your Honor, I got, before they start, I had one more question that I meant to ask the witness about. One
Okay.
quick question.
On redirect, on cross?
Yeah, just one
I'll
question.
give you an opportunity when they get started anyway. Brooke, I know it's in your job description, but would you find me a bottle of water? I need some up here, but
No. She went to
Okay,
California.
really?
She lost her second to California.
I loved it out there.
Was it good?
It was
What's
good.
your-
It was good.
She said you saw Kendall out there?
Kendall Brown. He
Kendall
lives out
Brown?
there.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he went back home. He was from out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, him and his mom's from Mississippi. But they just
But
met
he's
in
a
the
federal
military.
man. He's a federal man.
No, that's Jeremy. Jeremy's here.
jury's been waiting long enough. All right, I'm gonna let you have one more question. All right, go ahead and bring the jury in. All right, I appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break that I think in the long run will shorten the process down a little bit as far as marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Yeah, just clean something
Go
up.
ahead.
Captain, been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of gray. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they live in apartment 22.
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? He lived in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So can I just read just quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay,
I can't
different apartment.
honestly. Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
we
I
knocked
thought
on
you
his door.
testified he lived in
I
22.
apologize.
They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair statement?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at. I went to a different location.
And also, Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what Eli told you, right?
Eli told me.
Thank you. That's all I had. And one more thing. They knew each other. They were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community. And that's how they were associated with him. Fair
I think that
statement?
maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee, and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may redirect.
To hand. We'll actually just start with Eli Davis, or Eli and Isabel Teller.
Yes.
Said that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
Yes.
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
Right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before, and that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived in those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for like Jay Lee not to be on social media.
And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show, where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes, that's to my understanding.
So it was like, it wasn't I believe Kevin Cozart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me like that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle. So so obviously he identified it as male and presented it as a female. So Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who have not.
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Okay.
That's
so
how I understand it.
You saying that Jay Lee participated in
shows,
like performances dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially like on stage, like a drag queen.
Yes, I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him on stage.
So I just wanted to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And even Taylor, his sister, had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
So she
mentioned Code Pink.
Yes, that is okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience or knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't, but you're saying you don't. Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of State's Composite Exhibit 6 that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jay Lee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th. Let me see. Search warrant at Jay Lee's room. Yes, on July 10th.
Okay. There was a pic earlier when we were testifying. I found, or you identified some items from Jay Lee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card?
There was a card in there
from
Jose.
Jose. May I approach the witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? Like what month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read what's in exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication. You had your mind set on something and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And then it says on the other side, maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I am forever proud of you, Jimmie, my sister always, and now you should be. The card actually says, it's
And
not
who is it
Henry.
signed by?
Jose.
Jose Reyes?
Yes, that's the only Jose I know of.
And that person didn't.
Sorry, what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief indulgence. I turn to the witness, Your Honor.
It's good to be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor, about to say.
Thank you. You're free to go. Welcome to stay with us. Whichever one you like. I know what else. They're not giving me that option. All right, who would state, everybody get on the jury? Who would state call as the next witness?
Mark Hodges.
Mark who?
Hodges.
Mark Hodges. Somebody who's Mr. Hodges.
And Your Honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I wanted to take up a matter that may speed the process up outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates.
Based on what?
Self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes or some roller skates or something. We may buy our juror on crutches. We may just get here some earbuds instead, so he can't hear nothing. Anyway, it'd be easier on him.
Your Honor, those that are marked, I believe that's Exhibit 11, S11,
S12.
S12. The one on the very top.
Is that, let me ask you this, is that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Positive exhibits, so they need to stay in order. But the very first one goes with the contents of Exhibit 13. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed, from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And there's an accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
Of Exhibit what?
12.
All right. I've got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael E. Kent Jr.
Then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to the video from Rainbow Cleaners that's S14
It's a thumb drive of video.
thumb drive of a video.
Okay. All right.
All right. We propose also the very next one.
Is this one that there was some dispute about when the y'all filed an objection to the self-authentication, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just want to get in my head what we're arguing about anyway. Go ahead, go ahead and make him, let him make his, the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time, but I want y'all to be getting y'all ducks in a row while he was talking anyway.
Got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 for identification, which is a video from, it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as rockets.
Okay.
Which one is that one?
The rockets.
S, you put a, hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be,
the stickers may be on the
Right.
drives themselves, not the envelope.
That's right.
Okay, all right. I'm good.
15 is a still shot from I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera, and Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it.
Okay.
But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was going to.
What we've got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel Land Grove Planners, Molly Express, AKA Rocket. What else you got?
CB Webb is going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned, and it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it when it was taken. And I believe that should be all of
You've
it.
got CB Webb, you've got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trails certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the J. Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. And you see an individual that can identify.
Somebody leaving there anyway.
Right.
All
So
right.
that matches up with the timing of the video already in evidence. As I heard, picking Tim Herrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm gonna give it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now, there's.
Tell me what's been done as far as,
And just for the court's information, the last exhibit, marked for ID, is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in sequential order.
all right? That's S19.
And I would point out that Keziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Herrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafette Place.
All right. You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices until we showed up for hearing in Tippah
A
County.
week ago, Monday was a week ago.
And so even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the We were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that it had been filed on the days, people here to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Prior to being here in trial and do it in a more.
Now, let me ask you this. This states Exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
With the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and from the system and corrected the time the way law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp on the Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The times.
We may deal with that one separately, but.
Understood.
All right. Anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are. There was, the first one was something from the tow company. Is that a video as well? Or what is it?
It's a receipt and photos that they took before they took the car.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for
Before they took what?
the car, towed the car. They made pictures of the car. Yeah, the bandit, yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal. Like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state, we have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise, they're...
Let me just say, if I work under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
Well, Judge, the requirement then is...
For a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed it, when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
Well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after that?
Well, so then, Judge, after that, the requirement, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, but because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
we talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, if I apologize. When the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussions, and to bring it for the first time today, on the second day of live testimony, this has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue, and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticating.
Listen to the state response.
Your Honor, I wasn't at that prior hearing, so
Or not.
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm going to ask Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway.
We did switch if you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday when she was scheduled to be there, and we moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of the search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions were set for Tuesday of last week. The Monday, the search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motions before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Abrams.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of, on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authenticating documents. Would have been Monday of last week. I don't get me in line whether it's on the record or in chambers, but we did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm going to let these folks who's there talk about the facts anyway.
Oh, no, Your Honor, I'm not going to talk about the facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Daniel said.
But I think I have my memory's pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway. Okay.
Your Honor, my understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time if the parties agree, And then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last bite here. Go ahead.
Judge, I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about admissibility.
What was the objections?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was going to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility, it was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I believe she's getting you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clauses of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule's clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so.
I understand that.
And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need, the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as it related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not, we were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticated. I'm dealing with these that have been presented at the court today, and the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in the subject to those videos. The court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability. And I'm going to allow those, if there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is played, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony. I picked somebody up when I got off work at this time, and my car went down this road, and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those. But these particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced, if they're otherwise admissible, without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weighed equipment somewhere, some other location in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on hand, but and I will give you a hearing, a separate hearing, when sometime when the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think there's sufficient indicative of timing and reliability to permit those into without a further hearing. But this room just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos of, that say at 7:18 this car passed, I assume that's what they're going to be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not just the ones that we've talked about so far.
The UPD, Your Honor, it's clear. The UPD records, video, they don't even need an authentic certificate to get those in you.
But when we've had,
as far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
But I'm working under the assumption, and from the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, the guy that picked up the Carter. These appear to be a tracking of that vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
it's the tracking of Jay Lee's vehicle.
The Jay Lee's vehicle.
The judge, and the issue is we haven't had testimony to establish that they've even gotten to Mr. Herrington's apartment yet, because I believe, although I haven't seen that map, it'll be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Herrington's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial, Your Honor, and that's the point.
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. And Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Keziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the apartment, come back, and these times seem to be matching up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first, and if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far anyway.
I want to be clear for the record that we're done.
I'm going to hear what this witness has to say, but if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay.
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. If we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right, go ahead. All right, we're going to have a little break here anyway. Dana needs an ink, and probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get more.
I'll look at them in order. I've got them in order. I'll let you look at them in just a second.
It won't be long.
Don't touch them.
Oh, I'm not gonna touch it.
When we get back on the record, I'll say, I know they got notice. Court, the parties understand the court ruling, or where we start? All right, tell the jury in. And we need to quit at 5 today. We got something we got to take care of with the jury, so we need to quit at 5 today. Is that right, Ricky? Yes. We quit. So even if you're in mid-sentence, we're still gonna quit at 5, okay? Everybody back? Who'd you call his next witness?
They were called Mark Hodges.
Well, Mr. Hodges. Seat there. All right, you may proceed.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
Mark Hodges, I'm the Lieutenant of Investigations for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with OPD?
With OPD, 6 years, roughly.
Okay. Prior to that?
Prior to that, 2 extra additional years.
Whereabouts?
Greenville, Mississippi.
All right, so in July of 2022, were you an investigator with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
We've had testimony about the whereabouts of Jay Lee beginning on July the 8th of 2022. Were you aware of that?
I became aware, I believe, around the 11th.
Okay. Were you made known any information about Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that information that was relayed to you?
That Bandit Towing had towed it from Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Okay. Did you receive information from Bandit Towing about them towing a car from Molly Bar Trails around 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th?
Detective Scott Hollowell did, yes, sir.
Well, you would have been made aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you find out what the car looked like based on that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of car it was?
It was a Ford Fusion.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as for ID as Exhibit S13. If you can look at that exhibit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Same guy.
It was at S13?
S13. We'll just review that exhibit, look at all the photos, see if you recognize.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the vehicle, were you able to identify who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, sir, that was Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right, and even on the tag, it had J. Lee on the back of it?
Yes, sir.
Was the car distinctive?
Yes, sir.
Why was it distinctive?
It has a gold, I guess what you'd call a racing stripe down the front, the hood.
All right, now, are you familiar with those types of documents that would have been collected or gathered by OPD from bandit towing?
The
Type of document?
The tow receipt?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And there are photos also attached to that towing receipt. Is that, in your experience, common for the towing company to do that?
Yes, sir.
Just in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be received into evidence.
I will note objections to the state. Okay, I have continued objection. I'll note those, and, but I will admit it into evidence. All right, 13 will be admitted.
All right. If you could hand it to the reporter. Are you familiar with the layout and parking area of Molly Bar Trail's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's a one-way in, one-way out apartment complex. When you go in, it makes a circle.
So the entrance is the exit?
Yes, sir.
No other entry, no other exit?
No, sir.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the surrounding area for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's Molly Bar Road. If you were to take a right out of the apartment, leaving the apartment complex, you would run to a three-way stop right there. It's Molly Bar and McElroy. Right there at that corner is the convenience store that they've called Rockets.
Okay. And behind that, are there any trails or walking areas? What's behind Molly Bar Trail apartment complex?
The woods and the airport.
Okay. Do you know, if you do, let the jury know, is that airport fenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it significant to you that J. Lee's car was found there? And what did you do when you learned that information?
When we learned that Bandit Towing towed the vehicle from that location, that gave us a starting point to start working backwards to try to figure out where the car had been.
Okay.
So I went to Molly Bar Trails and spoke with the management, asked them if it was possible for me to review the camera footage, download it. They agreed, showed me where the server room was. I went in there and downloaded the footage.
Did you find the footage of J. Lee's car entering into the complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, let me back up just a little bit. Do you know what area of the parking lot J. Lee's car was found in by Bandit Towing?
By Bandit Towing? Yes, sir, pretty much. I believe it's got a number on the ground.
Okay. Do you know what that number is? Is it listed on that exhibit?
It's 43.
All right. So you went to the management at Molly Bar Trails and looked through video surveillance. Were you able to secure that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you.
Your Honor, I think the court understands our objection on the grounds of relevancy to it this time. I understand it's probably conditional, but this time, procedure, I think we need to object on grounds of relevance.
I'm going to note your record and overrule your objection.
Thank you. Exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Look, if you don't mind, look in the contents there's a jump drive.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's got an exhibit sticker on it.
Yes, sir.
What's that exhibit sticker?
S18?
S18 for identification. Have you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know?
Because I watched it.
All right, and what'd you do after you reviewed it?
Put it in an envelope.
Okay, and did you put your initials and date it?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you've reviewed the contents.
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the footage that you obtained from Molly Bar Trails Apartments
Yes, sir.
with Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
Now the state would ask that exhibit 18 be received in evidence.
I'll note the objection of the defense, but I will admit it anyway. The objection's been duly noted.
All right, and then from the time that you identified Jay Lee's car on that video, what did you do next as far as trying to find any other footage of that movements of that vehicle?
We started working backwards, securing video.
Okay. Did you find any other videos?
Yes, sir. We found videos and photos.
All right. What was the next video closest to Molly Bar Trails that you found?
It's okay for me to check my notes.
Sure. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes, it's fine.
All right.
Next thing would be a photo from CB Webb.
Okay. What is CB Webb?
It's a housing complex. It is right across from Rockets.
All right. Is that on Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything from CB Webb surveillance camera?
Yes, sir. We were able to obtain a photo of Jay Lee's car coming by.
Angie, what's been marked as Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the image depicted in that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a photo of Jay Lee's car.
All right. If you don't mind, set that exhibit aside for right now. That image is depicted in that image is also Rocket's business.
Yes, sir.
Convenience store, gas station, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to get or secure footage of Jay Lee's car from Rockets?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you, it's been marked for ID as Exhibit 16. If you don't mind looking that envelope, can you identify the contents?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and how can you identify it?
That is a thumb drive containing the video from Rockets. Inside the thumb drive is labeled S16.
All right.
On the envelope, it has my initials and the date.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it accurately depict what you observed when that footage was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 16 be received into evidence.
16 is the rocket.
Yes, sir.
With having noted any other objections other than that that's been previously. All right, objection be noted, and I'm going to admit it.
All right. Now then.
16 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you compare the timestamp on Exhibit 16 to the timestamp on what's been marked for ID in Exhibit 17, the CD web? And did you make any observations about the time?
Pretty much correct.
What do you mean by that? How were you able to determine that they were correct?
They're time stamped.
So the timestamp in Exhibit 16 and 17, what did that tell you?
Not understanding.
Permission to publish Exhibit 16.
You may do so.
Gwen, can we talk to the judge while they're doing that real quick? Can I talk?
I know it. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
July 8th, 2022, 7:23 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was that timestamp consistent or similar to the timestamp from the CD web in Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was that timestamp on? Well, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 17 be received into evidence.
Holding the defense continued objection, it will be admitted.
All right. Now then,
Let her stamp it. Go ahead.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CD Webb and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
After Rockets, we went, we got a photograph from Jackson and Rebel.
All right, and where did that surveillance video come from?
UPD.
All right. We've already had testimony that their UPD and Ole Miss have cameras. Is that from an Ole Miss UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is Rebel and Jackson Avenue? Where's that located?
It's in the city of Oxford.
All right. Where's Jackson Avenue from where we are in the courthouse?
Jackson Avenue. Let me see. We got myself turned around up in here.
That's North Lamar and that's South Lamar. Where's Jackson Avenue?
Jackson Avenue is the road going this way.
Going that way? And if you were going to go on Jackson Avenue to Rebel Drive, where would you go?
Go that way.
And if you were to turn left on Rebel Drive, Would you be on campus?
Be on the University of Mississippi campus.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would, well, let me approach. Hand you Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
2 pages?
Sir?
2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately depict images taken from that surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the 18?
15.
15.
15. Jackson previously made by the defense, we know it would be admitted into evidence.
All right. Now, from there, were you able to find any other video surveillance depicting Jay Lee's car in the same general time frame?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Rainbow Cleaners.
What is Rainbow Cleaners and where is it?
It's a laundry cleaning service. It's on Jackson Avenue.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that? If so, how?
Yes, sir. I recognize it because it's got my initials and the date on it.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents contained on that jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
What is it? What?
Depict?
It's the Rainbow Cleaners video.
All right. Does it accurately depict Jay Lee's car
Yes, sir.
driving? Okay. Does it also have the timestamp consistent or similar to these other videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the state's next exhibit.
Has it been marked? Hang on a second. Has it been marked yet?
Yes, sir.
What number is marked at?
14.
14. All right. Come on, wait. With additional objection noted, I'm going to admit S14, the Rainbow Cleaner video into evidence.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 19. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, were you able to find any other videos, video surveillance in Oxford within that time frame regarding Jay Lee's vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you started at Molly Bar Trails because that's where the towing company picked up his car on July the 8th at 1:50 PM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you work backwards. So the first video sequentially that you see is that Rainbow Cleaners video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish that to the jury?
Let me ask you this. That's been admitted, you may publish it. That's S-14.
The exact time frame queued up of when you observed Jaylee's car?
It should be 7/18/53.
All right, first of all, before you play, just kind of orient the jury to what roadway this is and where that camera is facing.
That is Jackson Avenue that you see right there, the roadway. The area with the lines that you see, the arrows, that is actually Rainbow Cleaners, the drive-through.
Now, can you tell the jury where that car, when you're going to see that car from this point in the video?
You will see it first from the right side of the screen.
All right, traveling toward the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
On Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And will there be any other vehicles before they see the Jaylee vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe it?
I believe it's a white truck with a trailer.
Okay.
Right there. And that's Jaylee's car.
Now then, from there, the next video camera sequentially is going to be the photo frame from UPD, correct?
Correct.
All right, what was the time stamp from Rainbow Cleaners?
It was 7/18/53.
7/18/53?
Yes, sir.
AM?
Yes, sir.
All right. Leave it up on that freeze frame. Permission to publish Exhibit 15.
Okay.
All right. Looking at Exhibit 15, this is Rebel Jackson video camera from UPD.
Don't say, don't.
Is that
It's on the living room.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Judge.
You're welcome to stand there with us if you like.
Rebel Jackson surveillance.
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a timestamp on that?
Yes, sir.
You don't mind? Where's that timestamp located?
The top left corner,
And what does it say?
that is going to be 7/21, I believe, 56.
Okay. So later in time from the rainbow cleaners?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, from there, of course, that located in relation to cleaners.
It is going east.
Are there any stoplights in between there and Rebel, in between Rainbow Cleaners and Rebel Jackson Avenue? How many?
You have Fraternity Row, Country Club, and then Rebel and Jackson. Stoplights.
Is there a stoplight at Rebel and Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And a turn signal at that Rebel Jackson intersection?
A turn onto Rebel.
All right. Now, the next video sequential rockets. And before we get there, on that second photo, second page of Exhibit 15, were you able to notice any distinctive features?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
The racing stripe on the hood.
What about the rims of the car rims?
The rims on the car as well.
Now, Exhibit 17 is going to be from the CB web. Video camera, surveillance camera. Did it have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that timestamp?
7/23/50.
All right. And again, were you able to see that that was the Rainbow Cleaners video?
Yes, sir.
Now, they call it Molly Express?
I think so. I still call it Rockets.
Everybody still refers to it as Rockets, correct? All right, and Jerry? Webb, just tell the jury when to see. We'll stop.
Right there.
If you don't mind, step down and identify of that video.
July 8th, 2022.
All right. Got exhibit 18. All right, now the video from Molly Bar Trails. You went the management there and got access to the video surveillance, correct?
Correct.
All right. The jury reported to you when you went through and looked through all that video footage, what were you looking for?
Jay Lee's car.
So the car moving in that direction based on what you backtracked from this video, based on what we've seen just the last few minutes?
Yes, sir.
For the jury's benefit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to establish that the time was consistent with the videos from Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel, Jackson, UPD camera, CB Web, and the Rockets video, and the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex surveillance system?
Yes, sir.
All right. How were you able to do that?
By watching other videos and seeing the other vehicles besides Jay Lee's car pass through.
Now, if you can, we're going to, Jeremy, if you'll put that on 2017. Now, if you look at the date on here, it's 7th July 2022. It's got 2017.
Yes, sir.
How, do you know how many hours it was off?
The video was 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
And how?
Looking in settings, the system for some reason was set to Greenwich Mean Time. Looking at that, I needed to subtract 5 hours. Watch versus the real time on the live video. It was.
Part of it. Went into something that only business could do.
Do you want me to respond from here?
I want y'all to approach the bench anyway. short out here, but I'm not gonna make y'all sit here, let me listen, after this way, listen to it. I'm gonna let y'all take the evening break. They're gonna eat. We're gonna start back at 6 in the morning, give the court instruction. Don't discuss the case, don't let anyone discuss the case with you, don't express your formal opinion, don't let anyone express decisions to you, don't investigate the case. If there's a problem with this regard, let the court know. Y'all go, we'll have a good evening, we'll have a good meal, and I'll see y'all back here at 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock, if everybody good to start, you want to start earlier?
9 o'clock's fine.
Door shut. At our bench conference, I said I wanted to hear exactly what this officer did in computing time at the Molly see if I'm rude, but I didn't want to do that and then try to bring the jury back in. It's this close to 5 o'clock anyway. So go ahead. I'll let you try to, in some detail, let this officer take at Marley Bar 12 Apartments video, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want to make it clear, you've already testified, you were the officer that actually went and secured this video footage. Correct?
Correct.
So you physically went to their site and gathered the video?
Correct.
All right. Now then, how is it common for you as an investigator to look for surveillance evidence for whatever reason?
Yes.
You to go look at some business around Oxford, their surveillance system, and the time not be accurate.
Correct. Yes.
That's common.
Yes.
All right. So do you have a standard practice for what you do in order to, hey, this camera system's time is not accurate?
Yes.
And what is that?
We look at our watch, and then you look at the actual live view of the camera system, and you compare time. If the time is wrong, you compare it to whatever. If the time on the system is wrong, you compare it to whatever the time is on your watch, and if you have to make an adjustment, add, subtract to get the correct time.
All right. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And you have a pretty big discrepancy, because here it's July. Did you observe their system with your own eyes?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
That the system was set to Greenwich Mean Time, and then it was also off an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes.
For a total of how many hours and minutes?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Did you make that adjustment?
Yes.
And with that adjustment, did you go back to Molly Bar Trail's apartment and secure more motions that you made? And when you made that adjustment,
The footage that we needed showing Jay Lee's vehicle coming into the complex.
but there's also another part of that too. Do you see anything else in that video surveillance besides Jay Lee's car coming into Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Later on in the day, you see the tow truck.
No, before that. After the car is there, do you see any individual shortly after the car comes in?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
You see Mr. Herrington jumping out of the apartment complex.
All right, and we've already had evidence come in from Rocket's surveillance system that shows Tim Herrington getting into a vehicle with Keziah Carter.
Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but which he used to calculate that time. I followed and understood it. I do think it's a proper mathematical. We would withdraw our objection as to that matter.
Okay. That sounds good enough anyway. I would like to clarify the record. I understand, because I get this right in my head, and there ain't no jury here. You said you later obtained other video and compared times on that. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I believe he said he later obtained other videos from this thing. And did you say I didn't hear good. Did you say he compared the times on?
I think I can understand. I think when he first went to Molly Bar, he didn't know the time was off. So when he got July 8th, it was just, he didn't even see Jay Lee's car drive by, that's the only way he could go. So when he realized the time was off, he went back and got another footage to see. He corrected it, like, let me check this other area. That's what he was trying to say. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, the first bit of footage that we got was incorrect because the time frame was off. But once I made the adjustments, I was able to get the right footage that we needed.
And this was sometime that same day, bandit towing would appear at that same time. Is that correct?
1:50 p.m.
What?
Bandit towing is 1:50 p.m. 1:50. So that bandit towing comes and gets the car at 1:50 p.m. on July 8th. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I was wondering what was there a video on that, and was it 12 hours and 52 minutes off as well? Is what I thought he was saying, but I obviously didn't understand. I wanted to make, is that what he was saying or not anyway?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what he's saying. He said, yes, when you see that, it's also 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
All right. Well, I thought that was what he's saying, but I wasn't sure if I heard right or not. That's what I took it to mean, but I wanted to make sure. All right. The objection has been withdrawn, and we'll start back up here. Anyone between now and tomorrow and return witness stand, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to be here before 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be here by no later than 8:45. I would encourage y'all to do here. Let's not be late tomorrow. I know you won't be. You're a good boy. And I know you won't be.
We're also good boys,
But, all right, court be in recess until the jury will be back at 9 o'clock in the morning. We may take up some matter before then.